talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. Your butt in the head, like my name was Beavis. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally blind on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Wanted sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah, 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 you know what I mean. Back it up. Retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Good morning. How is everyone doing on this beautiful Sunday? How's this sound? Too loud, too low? Let me know. I feel like it's been forever. Good morning, Evil Queen, Melissa, Bob. How are you, beautiful? Grandma Sherry. Hey, Shambles. How's it going? Sounds good. Awesome. Hey, Nana. Audrey. Hey, beautiful. Hey, Miss Robin. XX Country. How are you? New Zealand. You're Texan. How you doing? Is it still cold down there for you guys? It's freezing here. Hey, Zero Jules. Hey, Pixie. Tangeray. Danielle Marie. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Zen. It's so, yeah. I just thought, let me pop on and say, hey, it's been a hot minute. Hot minute. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Gina. Good morning, Amethyst. How are you guys? What's been going on? What is going down on this lovely weekend? It's freezing cold here. Snow, ice, power's on, thankfully. There was a couple days without power. That was interesting. Ooh. Hey, Fairy Raven, how are you? Creative Witch. So good to see you. Hey, Georgia Peach. Sunflower Girl. Hey, Queen Bella. Penguin Mama. I like that name. Is it warming up there? Yeah, it's finally starting to warm up. Snow's starting to melt. It's still cold. Ugh. Hey, Felony Melanie. Oh, so glad you're listening. Hey, Remy. Miss Robin, thank you. You did not have to do that. You were a breath of fresh. Thank you. Thank you. You know I got love for you. It's 29. Yeah, that's what it is here. Like, well, I don't know what the temperature is here, but the wind chill is what I'm saying is like makes it freaking cold here. You have a storm. Oh. I forget candles, dogs. I told my daughter the other day, I'm like, I feel like we live in Groundhog Day. Like the movie Groundhog Day is just like the same thing over and over and over, but it's about to get interesting. So, hey, Karma's a bitch. How are you? 12 degrees pointer lover. Forget Sarah Me, the OG. Girl, I miss you. Hope you're good. Hey, Willow. Pipes freezing. Oh, evil queen. Not good. Not good. You hate Groundhog Day. I mentioned it briefly in my last live. What was that? God, like a month ago now. Um, that like we had some real life stuff going on. And we did. Uh my daughter was diagnosed with postpartum depression. It was really rough there for a period. But she talked to her doctor and she is definitely on the uphill side of things finally. And today she's actually going back to work. So that's where my life gets a little crazier because now I'm not just Crew's Nana, I'm also Crew's daycare provider. So it's about to get hella interesting and I'm here for it. I love it. I'm excited. I'm excited for her too because I think getting out of like that Groundhog Day experience and just the monotony. You guys remember what it was like to have a newborn, the monotony of it all. Oh, I think just, going back to work, getting out of that a little bit is definitely going to help as well. Thank you, Sarah. And that's why I titled this Side-Eyed Sunday because I have a friend who loves her daughter actually, her younger daughter loves when I send pictures of Crew giving, like, these crazy side eyes. And I feel like every time I hop on YouTube lately, I'm side-eyeing the fuck out of everything. Let me just say. It's been crazy. Even, and I'm not talking about even just the drama, but, like, cases. Have y'all been following some of these cases? They are insane. Insane. I had intended to do a live last week and then life just got in the way and it didn't actually Crew was screaming and I was trying to do it from my son-in-law's basement. He calls it his man cave. I was going to do it from down there, but I got everything set up and I'm like, "Okay, let me try this out." Kid was having a screaming fit and you could even hear it down there and I was like, "No, I can't do that to people." So I didn't. It was just going to be about cases, but thank Grandma Sherry. Thank you. I saw another one. Parody Patty, I missed you too. I seen you around here and there. I'm glad you're doing well. You're gonna see 60s? F you, Tracy Ann. That's so not fair. So not fair. Hey, Gemini hippie. Your birthday, I call him my bonus son. His birthday's on Groundhog's Day as well. Well, happy early birthday, Forgotten Whispers. It is. Actually, there was a subscriber who had reached out to me about something else, and I had talked to her a little bit about it through email, and she sent me a link to Annie, from 10 to Life. She suffered with postpartum depression and made a video on it. Highly recommend that video. Um, and I had done some searches for videos like that to share with my daughter. Just it's so good when you're going through something like that. It's so good to know you're not alone. I think that's the biggest thing is to know you're not alone. Thank you. I just wanna hibernate, I know. Uh, it was a good one. It was really good. Pearl, how are you? How are you, Pearl? Oh my gosh, Pearl's been cracking me up with her content lately. And the jerks, all of them. So, I'm gonna be honest here. I haven't done too much research on that case. I don't know if anybody else has. They wanna Ooh, what the heck was that? Sorry, something just popped up on my screen and then disappeared. I don't know what it was. It was like verifying something. Like, what are you verifying, sir? Um, But anyway, I haven't done too much research into that. If anybody wants to come up, I think I post or pin the link and just chit chat. It's just a chit chat stream, y'all. Um, but I have heard it's pretty interesting, and I've heard that same thing that a lot of people are not buying it. They're not buying that they froze to death or that there was no foul play. Melissa, I have been actually. I've been uh so my daughter lives over an hour away, so it's just been easier for us to stay with her and her husband. It's been great. I love it, but also, God, there's just nothing like your own home, your own bed, anything like that, is there? So, I've actually been at my house for 4 days now. I'm getting ready to go back today because she starts work tonight, but and I thought, "Okay, I'll go home and I'll do, a couple of live streams and make a video." No, I got home, did absolutely nothing, fell asleep on my couch and self-tanner. If you've been over at Jones's, you've heard that story. Maybe it was at Nunya's. Either way, I've done absolutely nothing, and I love it. I love it. Uh, thank you, Shady. I hope you're well. Hope you're well, Shady. Shady's had some interesting videos lately. I've caught a couple of them. Thanks, Pixie. Okay. But the cases, so I have been heavily following Karen Reed and Delphi right now. Those are the 2 cases I have been, like, making sure I catch every single day, and then I've been listening to a trial about the Treehouse murder in Key West. Has anybody heard of that one? Hey, Mr. Nobody. Okay, I need to mute for 1 second and grab a charger because I forgot to. Give me 1 second. Please hold. Okay, that would have been bad because StreamYard just totally drains your battery on your laptop. Hey, Gavel. How are you? Hey, Tanya. How are you doing? Not not much. Okay, see, I haven't even I've just heard of it. That's the thing. I've only just heard of it. I can look it up real quick and we can go over it if everybody wants to. I miss you too, Truth Seeker. Oh, Karen Reed is insane, Ashley. Off the wall. Maybe I should do a poll. Let me do a poll real quick. What case do you guys want to talk about? Let me see here. Pearl, I opened up from YouTube on my phone and I saw your comment, Pearl. You're right. It doesn't mean you'll experience it with every birth. I think her struggles come from the fact, well, it's not the only reason, but I think a big part of it was being separated initially. And I was trying to remember, how do I do a poll? I'm not getting. I think when he was born, he went straight into the NICU. I think that caused a lot of issues, that not being able to bond immediately. Doggone it, I thought you did a poll just from your phone. Am I wrong? Oh, wait. You do it from your studio? Anyone? Anyone? Uh, let's just type in the chat. Do you want me to pull up the Frozen case or talk about Karen Reed for a moment? Just type which one. We'll go that way. How about that? We're improvising here. I thought you did it from the phone too, but I don't see here. Daniel Murray. Treehouse is interesting too. I can go over that later for sure. Hey, Belly, how's it going? He knows about the tree. He's been putting in some time on that treehouse case. You're caught up on all of them? Okay. You would think after all those polls I did, I would know exactly where it was, right? But I don't. You can now put people in timeout for 24 hours? Holy shit, y'all better watch out. Found it. Found it. It's not from your phone, it's from YouTube or like the computer, but you have to go to your channel. Okay, Parody Patty, I hope you're making something good. Mm, Delphi is insane. Delphi is just, ooh, that Supreme Court ruling. Even just watching the Supreme Court interaction was so enthralling. Let me tell you, criminality and Michelle After Dark have been doing a great job covering that, but I've kind of been, like, sneaking into the Delphi community, just kinda creeping, not even dropping any side eye emojis or anything like that, just kinda creeping into their community, looking behind the curtain a little bit. Dude, it's messy as fuck over there. It's w sorry, it's messy as all get out over in that community, so I'm just peeking because y'all think the Summer Wells community is insane. It's not to that level yet, okay, it's not to that level yet, but it's getting there. It's a huge mess. It's a huge mess. You're right, Pointer Lover. Huge mess. But, the Karen Reed community. Is it is it this is it that way in every case? Surely it cannot be this way in every single case, y'all. Delphi is scary, like, some of the things that we talk about over here is like, "Oh my goodness, you're going real life on that, you're going real life on that." Like, that's child's play to them. Child's play. I'll give you that generally, Jenny. It's definitely driven by less wacky personalities. They are even the ones I disagree with, I find extremely interesting. They're putting forth a lot of great content, a lot of great information, even if I don't agree with their side. And I actually listened to this guy the other night, and he thinks Richard Allen is completely guilty. He thinks Gold didn't do anything wrong, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe that. But one of the things that he was saying, I totally agree with, is like, when did we come to a point in true crime where it became a game and not like an actual game where you pick a side and you hate that side, like rival teams in sports. So, like, if I feel that Karen Reed is innocent and you feel that Karen Reed is guilty, we don't have to hate each other. Where did this come from that, like, "Oh, now you're my mortal enemy. Now I must cut you off at the knees and dox you, your mom, your brother, and your dog." Yep, doxing the dog too. Like, where did this come from? This animosity, this hate in true crime of, "If I don't agree with you, you're now my enemy." When did that happen? Or has it always been there and I'm just me and this other dude are just now realizing it? Yeah, it's like the Yankees versus the Red Sox. It's like for us here, I'm in Illinois, it's like the Rams are gone now, but it'd be like when the oh, perfect example. The Cardinals versus the Cubs. It's a huge thing in Illinois, like huge. You would think we would be, you know, Cubs fans, but the lower part of the state is predominantly Cardinals fans. So it's a big thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Grandma Sherry doxing the dog, too. It's insane. That's what I say, Evil Queen. It's definitely a lack of critical thinking. Right, Shady. What's wrong with having a good, healthy debate, right? Like, I'll present my facts, my side of the argument, you present yours, and we still like each other at the end of the day. I don't hate people I disagree with. It's like, "Oh, well, I don't agree with that point of view." But, like, they've even had some doxing issues over there. It's insane. Hey, Spudler. That's why you haven't gotten into cases, Queen Bella. Hey, Headstones. Thank you. Good to see ya. I don't know how much I'll be on. I don't know if I'm gonna get consistent with it. Really, basically, we live on cruise time. This is cruise world, and we're just living in it. So, we're just gonna have to see what happens. My daughter is a labor and delivery nurse, so she works 12-hour shifts 3 to 4 times a week, depending on the week. So, we're just gonna have to see where this goes, but this morning was a perfect time, and I finally decided, let's just hit the go live button, see what happens. Well, Melissa, I wasn't talking about the Facebook community, I was talking about the YouTube one, but I bet Facebook I came from Facebook true crime. It's messy in every case over there. So I've been trying to listen, to cases and such, and I've done a pretty decent job of keeping up with the true crime aspect more so than the drama. But and so I have these like little ideas of like, oh, I'll go live and it'll be this and we'll talk about that. And then I never do it, never follow through. Life either happens or just procrastination, whatever. But one I was thinking about was someone mentioned something. It was the Facebook comment that made me think of it. TikTok. TikTok, true crime. It's the wild, wild west, y'all. I tell you what, over there on TikTok, it is no holds bar, anything goes. It is 10 times worse than Facebook and YouTube could ever dream of being. TikTok true crime, y'all need to get it together. I think it's an international and cultural issue now. Have you seen how the Beyonce stand and Taylor Swift fans go and the K-pop fans are insanely gang warfare? Yeah. Hey, Sin. Oh, good, Spudler. Hey, 867. I hope you're good. Hey, Jonesin. Gladiator style fight to the death mentality of true crime. Like, what happened to just talking? No, there are no rules over on TikTok. No rules whatsoever. I don't know if it's because, well, you used to only have a short period of time in which you could speak, right, in your videos. So maybe they just thought they had to cram so much in, so they crammed a lot of hate in. But now you have a lot longer to speak on TikTok. Hey, Jenny. Misinformation and disinformation spread like wildfire. It does. And then I see, you know what I see with that, Jenny, is I s- since I've been listening. Okay, so like, I love the Karen Reed case. Well, it's not even the Karen Reed case, that's another point I was gonna make, this is John O'Keefe's case. What happened? I feel like a lot of channels, a lot of creators have forgotten that this is about John O'Keefe and justice for him. Now, it's also about Karen Reed, I get that. I do believe that she is innocent, um but I just feel like John has gotten lost in that case big time, and that breaks my heart. But anyway, so anytime something pops up with the about that case, I'm gonna listen to it. I listen to there's some really, really interesting creators out there that aren't a part of this community or anything. And but I was listening to one the other day and watching the chat, and the chat just kept putting in inaccurate fact after inaccurate fact after inaccurate fact. And I'm like, and then the creator was just like, "Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, okay, that makes sense." Like, "No, it doesn't. Look into it." Does anybody look into things anymore? Yeah, Tracy, he's completely lost in his own case, and that's so sad. Let me get down to the bottom on StreamYard. I was just looking at my phone. There's a lot of money to be made. That's true. That's true. I guess what, like I've said it before, when you have money on it, that you skin in the game, you'll pull out all the stops, won't you? It is. Paramount Plus stock, what? Yes, Be Real, that's another thing, they've made it about Turtle Boy. I So when I first found the case, actually, the very first place I saw it was over at Tracy's while she was going through Gannon's trial. She covered it, like, on a lunch break or something, and I honestly didn't really pay too much attention to it at that time. Stumbled across it on Twitter, what, a couple months after that, and dug in deep, and, the first couple things that, well, I had read or watched the original articles on it, or read the original articles and watched the first couple trial things on it, and then I found, Turtle Boy's blog, but I didn't know who the F Turtle Boy was, and but you could read the accurate information on the blog because it lined up with the court documents, so I just kept reading. Then later, Tracy told me who Turtle Boy was, and I was like, "Ew." But here lately, it's like they've tied him into one. Like, his antics and situation and case is somehow Karen's case, and that's not true. It's not. I don't think that's fair to John. I don't know everything that's going on in his, so I don't wanna get into that because I have not followed his case and what he's done and, any of the court stuff there, but it's really sad that John has gotten lost in all of it. I'll hear if there's solid information about Summer. I don't need the ridiculousness of the yeah. I didn't follow any of that went on recently. Someone told me what was going on. My condolences to Allie's family, but other than that, I didn't pay attention. 3 minutes, that's a lot of time to talk shit in, you're right. I love when to spell like let me get back down here. I was trying to find the answer to a question I just asked. Yeah, with the Delphi case, it's the same, there's and I feel that I would say most creators don't intend for that to happen. They getting, caught up in the drama and the excitement of court and all of that, because it is exciting, it's interesting. I mean, there's a reason that this is popular because we're drawn to these things, to these cases, to these stories, to justice. There's so many different reasons why each of us are drawn to it. But even in the Delphi case, Abby and Libby, but I would say that most creators didn't intend to forget about them. At least I want to believe that they don't have that intention. It is so interesting. And it seems like, what do you guys think? I'm bouncing all over. Sorry. I should have like wrote down a sketch. Oh my god, another one is Stacey. It's because I haven't gone live in so long. All right. I just want to talk about all the things. Sorry. Like Stacey Wandra and Michael Vaughn. Those who know me know how protective I am of Michael Vaughn's case and like how deep I got into his case. And now this dude Stacey's all over the platform. running his mouth at everything. So sorry, I need to get back on track. And that's the thing, like, I'm not gonna talk on Turtle Boy's case because I haven't done my due diligence. I haven't taken the time to look into it, to, have an opinion either way, so I'm just not gonna speak on it, um, at all, but I know what you're saying. I've heard that a lot. Like, I haven't watched that and I haven't read it, but let's go into it. It's not fair. Olivia's do Okay, what? What Olivia? Okay. Maybe the answer. Yeah, it is the Dunning-Kruger effect. It is. Creators have a responsibility to not become part of the story they're telling. I agree with that, Jenny. I agree 1000%. See, I don't agree with you, Tracy. I don't. Sorry. I think that if I do think that he has brought a lot of attention to the case. I agree with that portion of it, but I don't think it would be quiet. Um Somebody else would have found. It's just too interesting of a case to have not gotten traction eventually. I agree with you here, Fairy Raven. There is a lot of information that he was able to gather. He did, that was another live, and I was talking about these lives that I think in my mind is like, independent journalism. Is it a thing? Should it be a thing? Should there be anyway, again, I feel like I'm Grandma Sherry up here today. Squirrel. I You're right here. He found a lot of information. The finding out about, Proctor's relationship to, the Albert, there's a couple other things, I can't remember off the top of my head that he was able to put out there, but we don't the thing with that is we don't know if the defense already had it or not. We're not aware of that. But he did bring to light and bring to public a lot of information that has been beneficial to Karen's defense, absolutely, and, but he's also done some things that hurt, and we can't discredit that either, that he went too far with the witnesses, and that's my opinion. You're entitled to yours, everyone's entitled to their own opinion in here, just, try to be cool, but he's done some things that hurt the witnesses, and I don't think that that portion's right. The heels on the ground are doing a what? Hey, Earth. Hey, love. Some have followed him for the money. It's a possibility. I do that all the time, Burden. I have so many. I think I did email 86 back, but I have so many half-started emails. So sorry. Hey, Eliza. How are you? Oh, wow. This shows up in StreamYard now. Thank you, Headstones. You didn't have to do that. Bless your heart. Hey, Cat's Eye. I hope Stacy just keeps giving interviews because, yeah. Um, but my problem with that is, again, from just creeping, I feel like a creeper in the bushes, but just creeping. So many don't know Michael Vaughn's timeline. They don't know it at all. And so I think there's some things about Stacy that's also like, okay, because I've done the work and the due diligence on that one to know, all of Sarah's TikToks and what they were posting on social media and all that, and so but I'll tell you what, old boy better get it together because he's saying some things that are just out there. That was so nice of Emmy. Thank you, Robin. She set him up. I was dealing with Oh, okay, you're talking about the Turtle Boy case. Yeah, see, I don't know about that. If they're going to be put in a documentary, then the other side of what they have done needs to be seen. Right? I agree. Oh, you sent it to me? Okay, let me pull it up. What is it? Thank you, Robin. Let me see here. Ah, crap. How am I going to do this? This is fun. I need to come back and chat with y'all more often. Okay, hang on. Okay, I sent it to myself so I could pull it up on my Mac. That's the only way I know how to do it. Y'all, I need to order a new laptop. This thing is like 2 years old, which in tech terms is what, 40? I mean, it's older than me at this point. So I need to get a new one. I was looking into all the things on like what's good to stream with. And so I think this one's good to stream with. I just need to get a newer version. Hang on. Sorry, it's playing. All right, we might get struck for this, but that's okay. We're going to play it anyway. Hang on. Cyber Sleuths is the name of this doc. Okay. Here we go. Okay, this is going to be on Paramount.
Citizen sleuths across the USA are focusing their attention on the brutal slayings of 4 college kids.
The Idaho college murders.
I keep imagining that they're still in there.
This is not a
I'm so glad I'm not on camera right now. Okay. Be nice in the comments, y'all. Okay. Interesting.
CSI show. This is real life.
It is real life.
Not here 4 people getting brutally murdered.
There's so much speculating happening right now. Do I feel like it's harmful? Absolutely.
One can only imagine the sheer amount of blood in order for it to drip down an exterior like that.
They could be great cops, but they just don't have the equipment to handle a big case like this.
Law enforcement did say that they thought this was targeted.
Targeted?
If you've been following any popular case, and I hate it. I don't understand how some cases become more popular than others. I hate that aspect of cases. It's not fair. But anyway, Jennifer Coffendorfer has been, I'm going to show you something really interesting after this. It's really good. But she's just, her being in this, her head's going to explode, y'all.
Targeted.
Because there were not any answers. Sleuthing really went into overdrive.
This takes all of us to solve.
That is a understatement. I had not seen anything like the Idaho 4 case on social media prior to that. Now, I can't even think of what the first case I was involved in, but it would have been like 2019 on Facebook. From that point forward on social media, I can't think of anything that exploded the way Idaho 4 did, and I think it's because you had 4 victims. So you had, Gabby Petito was huge and it exploded as well. And we had so much to sleuth and to look into with her case. Idaho 4 was like that on steroids because we had it times 4. It was insane.
Oh, Help us solve this case.
I got an email from Kaylee's father. The email was very simple. Let me know if you want to talk. Because I have such a large platform, I can get the story exposure.
And she can get the story exposure because she does have such a large platform. And I'm not hating on her for that. I mean, she did something to get that platform. Why not do right by it? And I'm not saying she doesn't because I don't watch her, but I'm just saying when you have a large platform or any size platform for that matter, we've got what, 200 people in here? Like, even if you're just talking to 200 people, I think, my opinion, Stephanie's opinion, no one else's, is that you should put in the time and the effort to make sure you're putting out accurate information because you could be harming others' lives. I could go off on a whole tangent here. There are so many people that get hurt with misinformation. So no matter the size of your platform, but especially when you have a large one, I think you have responsibility. And some of them don't understand that, especially on TikTok, like I said. Wild, wild west over there.
You have other roommates in the house when these four were murdered. Why were they not attacked?
They were all clear.
What happened?
You want to know the truth, you got to go find it yourself.
With as a roommate,
It is a huge knife. And
he didn't stay in home.
44.
I do know what?
Oh my God.
Detective arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
Who's Brian Kohlberger?
Oops, sorry. What is that's from Gabby Petito. Why does it say I can't read what it says behind murders? Right? Isn't that Gabby's? Where JLR is with the bullhorn? That's not from Idaho. Well, there's a palm tree, so yeah, it's Gabby's.
Oh my God.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger.
Who's Brian Kohlberger?
And it started to take a life of its own.
There's certain things the reporters can't talk about.
There's plenty of places to hide a weapon.
Online, there is no vetting mechanism. Sleuths put all this
Oh.
evidence out there.
Stop and just seek official information. There's
Okay, now I'm excited. I love docuseries. I love them a lot. That's from Idaho too. Anyway, no, this one's from Georgia. I love docuseries, so I'm definitely going to be watching this one. When does it come out? Does anyone know? But let's just hear what was said right there again by Miss Coffindoffer.
Take a life of its own.
There's certain things the reporters can't talk about.
There's plenty of places to hide a weapon.
Online, there is no vetting mechanism. Sleuths put all this evidence out there.
stop.
Sleuths put all of this evidence out there. I don't know where she's going to end that sentence, but I'm very curious to find out because, girlfriend, you've been putting some stuff out there in the Karen Reed case that nobody knows, and some of us are like, how'd you get that? How do you know that? Cite your source, Miss Coffindoffer.
And just seek official information.
There's all of these people that are trying to make dollar bills off of the victim's story.
My worst fear is the wrong person gets accused.
People were messaging his family, death threats,
And sadly, someone else dies.
I think we're all there for the same cause.
To help understand what happened.
JLR. I agree. Am I going to say that out loud? I agree with
Person
JLR.
gets accused.
people were messaging his family, death threats.
And sadly, someone else dies.
I think we're all there for the same cause.
Okay. Nope. I personally like to believe that most people are good. The vast majority of people are good and have good intentions. But I'm not naive enough to believe that there are not people out there with bad intentions. Obviously, there are. We wouldn't have true crime to even talk about. But there are good people with bad intentions as well. And I also think that a lot of people get caught up in this machine. There's a social media creator I follow on Instagram. She's an influencer, nothing related to true crime. She has been talking a lot about content creator burnout, and she's completely changing her platform around. She's not going to be doing the influencing that she used to do, which was like DIY stuff. She's going to, she just wants to share her faith now and talk solely about that. And she's like, so I know some people are going to leave, but this has become a machine for me and my family over the past couple years. And I feel like we're getting off track. So I've got to steer our boat back on course. And that resonated. And I feel like there are so many content creators from large platforms. I mean, Stephanie Harlow just took a big break, right? To small platforms who, and I'm not saying Stephanie Harlow got caught up in the machine, but to a certain extent, maybe they just get caught up in it and they lose course, they lose direction, and they go a completely different route than what they set out to do. And some of them don't, like that one creator on Instagram who's self-correcting. Some of them don't self-correct at all. So, I digress. But here, JLR saying, like, we're all there with the same goal. I think that a lot of people who dug into Idaho 4, who dig into true crime cases, that do it for various reasons, and I want to believe, like I said, that 90 to 95% of them are good reasons, but there are those that it's not. There are those creators that it's just about money, it's just about possible fame of being in a documentary, or sometimes it's not even about those 2 big factors, it's just about some weird self-gratification aspect too. It's bizarre.
To help understand what happened and why.
If you're watching this video, this is the start of something major.
Crazy. Okay, February 6th. Okay. Hang on one second, y'all. My daughter is calling. Let me mute. Okay, she just wanted to remind me that she had to take a nap today because she goes in at 7, and I heard my baby in the background. He's so freaking cute. Okay. If you do look into it, you'll see the cases are connected and necessary. Okay. Well, I'll look into. I just haven't. I'm just being real. I haven't looked into the Turtle Boy aspect of it all. Let's see. Let me get down to where we're talking about now. How are they witnesses if they? That's true. That's true, Fairy. The difference between Turtle Boy and Jay, I can't. I don't know enough about him to even begin to explain that difference. But if somebody else would like to or does know enough, feel free to hop up and explain the difference. You covered Monkey with Grandma Sherry? Oh, love that. It came with Oregon installed. It's like, it might be 3 years old. I don't know. It's old and outdated. I'll tell you that much, though. I want Olivia in front of Don Will's job included in that paramount. It kinda sounds though like from that trailer we just watched, they might be talking about all sides of it, right? Talking about how some went too far, I heard that in there. We'll see. We will see. Right? How did they get a Paramount deal? That's interesting. Interesting. But YouTubers hey, I mean okay, so I know a lot of people like to quote, Red, White, and Bethune, I can't remember their names, helped with the Gabby Petito case, but they weren't actively searching for it at that time. Like, it's not like they were out there searching into the Gabby Petito case. They just did what any citizen would have done had they had, digital, uh, stuff stored as they decided, "Hey, we went through that area. Let us go through and check it and see what we have." And they found something. They weren't actively sleuthing is what I'm trying to say. But there have been active sleuths who have done stuff, but it's um not the style that we typically see here on YouTube or TikTok or anything like that. I'm s I wish, StreamYard had a way to, like, jump you to the bottom. Large platform is like a large dog, big poop. Well, I just know that Olivia she did put out some misinformation on a call once, but did she ever retract that? Coffindoffer has you blocked on Twitter. I think she has everybody blocked. I don't know how she sees anyone. Uh, It's hard for me to take anyone serious when they align themselves with someone who spreads misinformation and harasses victims and families. Are they knowingly spreading misinformation? But I do think that you have to, like I said, do your due diligence and make sure you're not spreading misinformation. Empty vessels make the most noise. A lot of people have accused Dylan, unfortunately. It's been rough. Sleuths put all this evidence out there, and it makes it hard for her to control the narrative. Right! Like, I heard her saying that she knows where Chloe is, and I'm like, "How you know that, girlfriend? How do you know where Chloe is?" I mean, we know what we know about Chloe from the, uh what are those reports called? Someone will think of what they are. I just can't I've read, the vet stuff, but other than that, we haven't heard anything on Chloe. How's she know that? Never wear your own shirt. What? His arms don't look real in this clip. Were you talking about JLR? Those are his other arms. You guys are killing me. That's the luxury that some have, especially creators, they can take that big break. Right, it is, but it's good to take a break. Unfortunately, Remy, I think the reason that a lot more don't is because they are very dependent on social media for their income. A lot of creators are, and that's kinda why they get stuck in it too, is that, the next day has to be bigger and more intense than the previous one, or has to be better, has to be better, has to be better to keep the people coming in, to keep the money flowing. And so I think that's why they steer off course a lot too. It's sad. Mine is to bring awareness of missing people. I love that. I hope it goes well too. It's tonight, so I hope it goes well. Better get you a beat. I'm good. I'm good. Coffin Dauber says she only goes by facts, but then will say she believes it's a possibility Brian Laundrie's parents took his life. What? I have a lot of points I could point out where Coffindoffer does not go by facts. Or she'll twist what she's reading. The very thing she's reading, she'll twist it. You'll be my B Tim. Oh. Hello?
Hey. Can you hear me okay?
Hang on. I can't hear you, but it's probably me, not you.
Let me see.
When my daughter called, I bet it kicked me off.
Yeah, I'm connected. Hello? Okay, I can see my icon. Like, okay. You can't hear me. Everybody else can hear me. Okay.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying.
I guess I should keep talking to see if she can hear me. Like, I want to just be quiet, but
When called it kick the Bluetooth off.
That makes sense.
Come on.
Oh, because of all the
I feel like a newbie up here. Like, jeez, let's get your life together, girlfriend. Let's see if this helps. I need to get headphones that plug directly into my microphone. Oh, say something.
I'm saying something.
Okay, all right. Now we're cooking.
All right.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
On.
How are you? It's good to see you back. First off.
Thanks. I'm gonna try to get back here more often, but thank you.
Right on. Right on. And hi everybody watching.
And Glare had a really interesting chick on the other night. Her name was Olivia too. Yeah. She was really good. She knew her stuff.
Yeah, she's super smart. Like if you follow her on Twitter, like
I did
she's
start
just
following her.
Oh man, like her breakdowns are just like you can't do anything. Like like they start off as a debate. Somebody will make a point, she'll dispute it, prove it completely wrong, and then they'll be like, Turtle Boy sucks, we hate him, we're glad he's in jail. And then wait, what just happened? So yeah, that's 99% of the time of what happens on Twitter.
Okay, so I agree with Miss Robin. So we already know you don't like JLR and that you do like Turtle Boy. So please be objective in how they are different.
Well, first off, Turtle Boy has no criminal record other than what he's currently in jail for. First off,
and he's in jail on felony witness intimidation charges, correct?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So the issue with that is it came at a very, very convenient time for the prosecution in Karen Reed's case. Also, officers that are involved in the Karen Reed case showed up to his house to arrest him and seize his electronics when it happened. Now, he didn't go to jail yet, but they seized his electronics and they can't legally look through it just yet.
Which officers do you know off the top of your head? If you don't, that's fine.
Off the top of my head, one officer named Tully.
Tully was there. Okay.
So the special prosecutor that's been assigned to his case, his name is Ken Mello. So
yeah.
Now the way he explained it in an interview, that he was assigned to Turtle Boy's case because he is not involved and he's not part of the DA, since Turtle Boy is accusing basically the DA and members of the DA's office of corruption. They had to hire a special prosecutor outside of the firm. Now, or not, I mean, not the firm, but the DA's office. who isn't employed by Norfolk County, basically. So
Okay.
this prosecutor is, I did some research on him. Cherry did some research on him. You can't find any, he's a private practicing attorney, but you can't find any reviews on him. And
Really?
it's really insane.
On Mellow?
On Mello, right. I did a
Okay.
whole stream. I did a whole stream on Ken Mello. He also has 2 reprimands. Basically, he's got this long running habit of taking clients' money and not following through with any of the work. So he's just a terrible lawyer. So it's really weird that they would pick him. It's almost as if they don't care about Turtle Boy and his charges sticking. They just wanted to lock him up during the Karen Reed trial and keep him quiet. Now, going back to the difference between him and JLR, now his tactics are tactics that even make me cringe sometimes. I've been very
Right. So I did hear him. Like I heard the way I'm not gonna spread the misinfo, but like when he was cold calling all those numbers, he didn't know who he was calling, right? He was just calling everybody that was on the charging document, or not charging document, sorry, it was the I can't remember which document he was reading off of, but it was all the witnesses, but he wouldn't have known that's who it was at the time. He was just calling the numbers off of Jen McCabe's phone record thing, I think.
as I remember it, yes.
I don't agree with that at all, especially to do it
Me either.
live.
I would never do it. No.
And
But
I thought it was completely cringe and horrible, but
But
it's
it's not
not
illegal.
illegal. No, it's
Exactly.
not. That's a definitely a moral issue over a legal issue for sure.
Right.
So I knew he did that, and I knew the rolling rally, which I feel like a lot of people are blowing the rolling rally up into something bigger than what it was, but it was just a drive-by rally. I think they were only in front of each of their homes for a couple minutes. Again, I don't
Right.
necessarily agree with that either.
Right.
So that's all I know about as it pertains to his behavior.
But the thing is he didn't start doing those things until he uncovered enough evidence to go, these people are lying. So
Right.
now the difference between JLR and BHB versus like Turtle Boy is these people do no investigating whatsoever, no research whatsoever, and they'll just stand in front of a bystander's home and scream and yell and disturb their neighbors, and so there's a difference, not in so much in the methods as far as when they actually execute these things, but a major difference in the methods of research and getting the facts straight before you go and do something
So
like that.
you're saying the difference for you is the knowledge, the awareness of the case or what's gone on, and then that
and
somehow
that and this is where the justification for me comes in.
Okay.
Is the fact that these people that he's doing this to is just pressuring them to speak the truth when they are protected up on high by the district attorney of Norfolk County. So if you can't count on the authorities to actually get anything done, well, then what else is there to do but to publicly put the pressure on them? So that's why I'm saying I understand it. I still probably wouldn't have the balls to do it myself, but I understand it because what else is there to do? Are we just supposed to just sit there and hope that this stuff becomes public? Or
Right. Well, right. I agree with that. There's a lot of information. Like I said, because I had read through, I didn't watch his like I saw him on your YouTube that one time, and I think I've only watched maybe one, maybe two of his shows. But I had read through his blog, not the entirety of it, but I want to say the first like 4 articles he had done on the case. So that would have been before he had done all this other stuff. And the information that he was putting out there, he's pulling it straight out of the court documents and straight out of
Exactly.
factual things.
Right.
But I don't know about his behaviors. I know it's a big turnoff, but let me add this caveat that there are a lot of people that do a lot of shit out there. And I honestly don't know how I feel about a lot of it anymore, because then you find out one of the things that I have noticed, and this comes from the Delphi case and a little bit from the Karen Reed case as well, is and that's separate from Turtle Boy in this part that I'm about to say. But one of the things that I've noticed is there's a lot of call out of bad actors and the things that they're doing. And then the dark comes to light and you find out the other side's been doing just as shady as shit as well. So it's like, and sometimes they're doing it just because, and that goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of this live, just because true crime has become a freaking sport to people of sides. And so it's like, no, I'm on this side and you're on that side. Therefore, I'm going to do sneaky, shady shit to you to make you look bad. I don't know. And then when, like I said, when the light comes out, it's like everybody was doing something gross. And it's crazy.
Right.
And
I
so
mean,
it's like no one side's better than the other if they're all doing it. They're all doing the horrible things.
well, if you're looking at it from sides, sure. I try not to look at it that way. There are really good people who support Turtle Boy and understand why he's in jail right now. There are really good people who, and the thing is I have to disagree with you in the sense that you're saying that John O'Keefe is lost in all this. I think that it's the focus on him has definitely been diminished, but
Yes.
I don't think it's fair to compare that to say why Summer is lost in all of this, right?
No, I agree with that.
So, and I know that you never said that, but I just want to make that distinction because
maybe lost in it is too harsh of a word, but he's definitely been diminished, and that is unfortunate. That's unfortunate, because the fact of the matter remains is if you believe that Karen is innocent, then somebody is still out there guilty of this crime.
Right. And
he deserves that justice.
And you're not familiar with the Turtle Boy charges so much and everything that's going on with him, but you are very familiar with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. Now, the thing about that is John O'Keefe, Karen Reed being innocent, the problem with Karen Reed being innocent is once she's proven innocent, or at least acquitted of the charges, the reason why it's really important as to what Turtle Boy has done is because the people are demanding justice. If it wasn't for what Turtle Boy has done, and this is very important, if it wasn't for what Turtle Boy has done, which a lot of people will call has created a circus and has split a town, so on and so forth, right? But if he hadn't done that, there would not be a demand that if and when Karen Reed is acquitted of these charges or these charges are dropped, if it weren't for him, there would be no focus somewhere else. The goal, at least the theory of the goal by the DA in order to do this and being so sloppy in how they're prosecuting her, the theory is that the idea is to make her another Casey Anthony, to make her, as far as the public goes,
where they won't research further.
Exactly. They'll say, well, it's a guilty person who got away with it, instead of looking in the one place that anybody with any common sense would look for justice for John O'Keefe, which is inside that house at 34 Fairview. So in order to keep people from looking inside that house at 34 Fairview, the idea is to keep the public thinking that she is guilty.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to fix this poll. I
no,
tried to make one see if people thought Turtle Boy was the same as JLR, and it didn't seem to be working for people. Let me see if this works, y'all. Does that allow you guys to vote? Okay, there. I see some votes happening. So you're saying that there seems to be a focus that they're concerned about the actual criminals of the case, and so you feel his work is drawing awareness, excuse me, to those criminals or to the
It's
possibility of another person, motive, narrative, and that he is bringing awareness to that, and that's a
it
good thing.
it's not how I feel. It's a fact, and I'll explain why. Because not this last hearing that Karen Reed had, but the hearing before that, and which is what got everybody all abuzz, was the argument that Alan Jackson made, which was that there is a conflict of interest between Michael Proctor and his wife Elizabeth. Michael Proctor being the lead investigator in the John O'Keefe case, and his wife Elizabeth, and the McCabe family, and Jennifer McCabe being one of the key witnesses, and supposedly John O'Keefe's friend. Now, there's a lot to that. I'm not going to go into all that, but what I'm saying, the point that I'm making is, now that is being brought up. That conflict of interest was used as evidence in Karen Reed's case, and that was discovered through Turtle Boy's investigations. There's no disputing that. He's actually in jail for that right now. One of his charges is conspiracy, and that conspiracy charge stems from him working with a source inside the police dispatcher. I guess the company they use is called Avon. The one of the dispatchers who actually ran a license plate for Turtle Boy, and they figured out that Jen McCabe was actually parked at the home of Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, which is clearly a conflict of interest, which is clearly something that is a big no-no. When have you ever heard of a witness going to the home of the lead investigator to discuss the
Never.
case?
It never.
Right. So that being used in Karen Reed's case was discovered by Turtle Boy. This is why he's in jail. This is why they see him as a threat. And this is just a drop in the bucket of the things that Turtle Boy has discovered through his investigations. That's
all right.
why.
Well, I'm writing that down. I'll definitely look into it. I'm not gonna say yay or nay either way because I'm not aware, but I will look into this. It is interesting.
I feel 100% confident in telling you these things, and I can send you. I have your email. I can send you his charging documents, and they have videos and timestamps of what they're using to charge him with, and you can tell that they were absolutely either lies or twisted. But here's the thing: the very point is they do have a law. I'm not going to call it a valid one, and I'll explain why. They do have a law that they're using, that they're charging him with, which is 28 chapter 13A and 13B, which says that that picketing of anybody who may even potentially be a witness in a crime is illegal. So they're using that law to charge him, and they're using that law to charge 9 other people, and I can go into that. They're called the Canton 9. And
I have heard. I am aware of the Canton 9 situation, which is complete bupkis in my opinion. It's a shame, and especially him calling in and basically just like arrest him on anything. They were exercising their First Amendment right. And we couldn't be upset with, Betty for that as well. There were times she's was exercising her First Amendment right.
I have always, as much as I've said about Betty,
go with that. Yeah.
As much as I've always said about Betty, I have always said, even though what she's doing is not illegal, and if she got arrested for simply expressing her First Amendment right, I would defend her. I've always said that. So that's not my problem with Betty. It's never been my problem with Betty.
What's been your problem?
It's been the harassment of innocent people.
So you think that Turtle Boy's harassment of these individuals is justified because you feel they're guilty? Or am
think
I reading that wrong?
I think that they're at the very least guilty of lying. I don't
Something.
know. I don't know who killed John O'Keefe. I
Right.
don't pretend to know. I don't even have a theory. Well, I have loose theories, but they're very speculative, very loose theories. But I don't actually believe who. I don't have a belief as to who killed John O'Keefe. Does that make sense?
It does, but I feel that even if I think a lot of things that Jim McCabe has done is absolutely shady. You know how I feel about that. Just the deleting of her information, and I do feel that there is some definitely a huge mishandling of the case, and possibly even some corruption in there with the ties to Proctor to the case. I absolutely believe that, but they are still innocent until proven guilty as well. So, I mean, I don't think that they deserve to be harassed either.
I
That's
think
my point,
it's not a question of I don't like to use the word deserves
Right.
because it comes off like, oh well, they did something and they're being punished for it. That's not the way I look at it. I look at it like it's necessary pressure that needs to be put on them, that we cannot, that it's already been proven that we cannot count on the proper authorities to put that pressure on them. So it's up to the
Mhm.
people. And Turtle Boy is just a person.
Right.
And even though his methods are questionable, but I am of the opinion that in this rare case, those methods are necessary and have proven necessary because he's gotten a lot done. That's
Yeah.
my opinion.
I agree with what Pomegranate says here. I don't believe that ends always justify the means, but I support someone's basic rights. If you're not breaking laws, I don't care how much of a douche canoe you are. Your rights stand. I agree with that. I started a couple things as I was coming down that I absolutely agree with, and that is this here. Roses Are Red said, I don't really know what to make of Turtle Boy. Is it his attitude and crass behavior, or is his attitude and crass behavior overshadowing the information that's being put out? I do feel that. I do feel that there
That's a good
is a
point.
huge focus on Turtle Boy, his work, what he has done in the case, and now his arrest that is overshadowing John O'Keefe's and Karen's case for sure. And it's drawing away from that, and where the attention should fully be as it pertains to that case. I do agree with that.
That's not an unfair perspective in the slightest bit, in my opinion. All I can do is, when I talk about it, focus on the work he's done. I try not to. I try not to talk about his personality or his personal life. The extent that I'll discuss his personal life is the circumstances in which he was actually jailed for. Because he was actually jailed for bail violation, basically for violating the terms of his bail. And that situation brings out a lot of personal things about him that I would prefer not to know about, but unfortunately they merit discussion in order to get to the truth as to how he ended up in those circumstances and jailed.
Can you okay, so I wrote he's in jail right now for violating his bail. What did he do to violate his bail? What was the term he violated?
Allegedly, what happened was there was a woman he was seeing on and off, I guess, for a while, and he had a hearing, and that hearing went his way. He had a hearing, and basically the terms of his bail that originally were there were basically lifted, and so now something weird happened that very day. Mello ended up meeting with this girl the very same day. Mello ended up meeting with this girl along with Tully. And so, as you can see, it gets deeper. They meet with her directly, and somehow or another she comes up with some story that she's pregnant. Turns out she wasn't pregnant, to lure him over there, because I mean, if there's one way to get a man to violate his bail, now this is the thing though, also he didn't even know, supposedly she put a temporary restraining order on him, but he was never served, so he didn't know that there was one. So again, he went over to the house. So a lot of people are like, why would he go over to the house when there was a restraining order? Apparently, allegedly, he didn't know that he had one, according to his attorney and what they presented in court. And I'm actually going over the part 2 in a few hours of that court hearing.
Okay.
But he did not know that there was a temporary restraining order from her. But even if she had filed a temporary restraining order, why is she inviting him or even pressuring him to come over to her home? Turtle Boy even he foresaw something happening there and recorded the interaction between the two of them. I could even find that and play that, and you could go over it if you wanted to, but it's in his channel. It's on his channel. It's up. So he records the interaction, and it's pretty shocking. This is not someone who is a victim of domestic violence in any way, shape, or form. This is not someone who is afraid of him. He, on several occasions in this recording, states that he wants to leave, and she not only begs him, but almost threatens him to not leave. Actually, she directly threatens him to not leave. She threatens her own children, their well-being, so that he doesn't leave. So how do I know this, Miss Robin? Because it's on his, I heard a recording.
So we're getting a large difference in the chat of people who feel differently about it. And since I haven't looked into it, I feel like I'm not doing, like, I don't know. I don't know if,
I mean, I wouldn't say
I don't want to call a victim, or I don't want to say that a victim was an abuser. She claims she was without, like, definitely looking into it, you know?
I would never say that unless I heard her allegations and unless I saw the evidence and heard the evidence myself. I would never say that otherwise. So, I mean, it's just that simple. All you have to do is look into it yourself.
Okay. Well, I will. And I want to steer this back to Karen Reed, though, because I do feel like I'm not going to be able to do this conversation justice without having
fair enough.
the wherewithal about it. But there was a question, Katie B, who said, does that mean that the Laundries are innocent and that Leilani Simon is innocent? Yeah, she technically is, until she is proven guilty by a jury of her 12 peers, or by a judge, or by a plea or something. She's still, in our country, presumed innocent. Until that happens, they both are.
They are.
It doesn't matter what we think or feel about her guilt, until that verdict comes down and they are found guilty or not guilty. She's technically innocent. Well, see, okay, oh my gosh. I hate that we went there because I don't know, but there's a lot of people. I just want to say there's a lot of people behind bars that are innocent. But so I'm not saying he is. I don't know if he is or not. I'm just saying there are.
Let me add a little perspective to that comment.
I agree with Miss Robin here, though. It is definitely a slippery slope to discredit a potential
victim. It is. And
yes,
I'm fully aware of this. I've been on YouTube for a long time. I am taking full accountability for the words that are coming out of my mouth. And I absolutely do not believe at all that this woman is in any way a victim.
Okay. I'll listen to it, Ash. I'll listen to this recording, and I'll dig a little deeper into his case. But let's talk a little bit about John O'Keefe's case and Karen's trial with the information that just came out. that the FBI is in fact still looking into this case, or still doing an investigation on the investigation.
Right.
What do you think about that?
That's something that, I mean, we won't know until we know. You know, the feds are only going to, I mean, we're talking about the federal government here. And their investigations have led to, I think someone quoted a 99.7 success rate. So they're not fucking around. Sorry, excuse my language. They're not
You're
messing
fine.
around. And they are, so all I can conclude from that at this point is that it's to be taken very seriously. They're definitely looking into the methods into the John O'Keefe investigation. And if you, I mean, Dietz, you did your own investigating. You saw all the discrepancies in that investigation yourself. I mean, what's your opinion? Should there be a federal investigation in the tactics used?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Exactly.
From the very first moment of Proctor even being on the case to begin with, he shouldn't
Right.
have been on the case at all. And my fear is that if they are investigating like, if, because we don't know what they're investigating, we don't know who they're investigating, we don't know, what's going to be the outcome of that. But if Proctor is the target of their investigation, that's a big if, y'all. If
Right.
he is, what does that mean for the Walsh case? Does it mean something? Are they investigating that?
That's a great point. We don't know exactly who, as far as one person's name, is the target of this investigation, but we know it's into Michael Morrissey's office. So the district attorney, Michael Morrissey, absolutely lied in a video public statement. In a press release, lied, saying that there was no connection between the Proctors and the McCabe's. This was months ago. So he lied about that, and that was just recently disproven. So there's that, and then there's you were saying, about the Brian Walsh thing.
Yeah.
So one of the things that they're trying to disprove is the Celebrite data and the Google searches.
I've seen so many people talking about that. I don't know if you were here earlier when I said that, like, because I am very interested in this case, no matter who's talking about it, I'm going to turn it on and listen to it. And the people that are trying to twist, distort, and completely refute this fact. It's not a black or white issue. It's not it can be interpreted this way or it can be interpreted that way. It's like, this is data. It's cold, hard data, you all. It can't be twisted. It's just a fact, and a fact is a fact. So
and
it blows my mind the amount of people that are trying to twist the Celebrite, starting with Ollie himself. So
that's what Melanie Little is trying to. That's the point
I
she's
actually
making.
just brought Melanie Little's live up because she said some things. I didn't know if anybody else had seen her live. She said some things in her live 2 days ago that I completely 110% agree with, and she says it way better than I ever could.
Well, she's an attorney, and she said this not only on her live, but she said it on court TV, almost directly to Jennifer Coffindoffer herself, which I thought was beautiful. But yeah.
She does an amazing, and she also had, this is this live, but you can go check out 2 lives prior. She had a dog handling expert on. That one was really good as well.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Yeah, she's got it together, man. She's got her ish together.
But she said some stuff that let me see if I don't have a timestamp, so bear with me, but it hit with me because she was saying some things about, like, people coming at her and saying, "Oh, well, you're just on Turtle Boy's side." That's why she's like, "I don't even know the dude." And that's how I felt. Like anytime I was
Yeah.
out there saying that I believe Karen Reed is innocent, people be like, "Oh, you're just a turtle rider." And it's like, I don't even know that person. Like, why are you saying I'm, connected to that when I don't even know his case and I've
No, I
stayed
love
away
that.
from it. So I
I
love
love
what she
that.
said about it.
I
Let
love
me
that
see if I
about
can
her. She doesn't
find it.
even like Turtle Boy being mentioned in her chat. Not
Right, because it's
because of any feelings she has about him one way or the other, but because she wants to keep the focus on the Karen Reed case.
right, and it should
On
remain on John
case,
and Karen
right?
because it does. It absolute like I said earlier, it distracts from it and people get hung up and they make it about, Turtle Boy versus
Now they are
the
connected.
prosecutor, and I just feel it but it's just stealing away from me
I
the
got
John
you.
and
I got
Karen
you.
aspect of it. Yeah.
I got you. I got you.
All right, let me
Absolutely.
see if I can find what she says here real quick. It's pretty good.
And the Commonwealth has selectively released parts of those letters that they think are helpful to them, but the entirety of those letters is under seal. And obviously, the defense thinks that those letters are helpful.
Now, if you
to them,
don't
so
know,
they
if you want to
those letters
shorten it
be
and narrow it
released.
down, she makes
Part
this
of-
point very quick. She makes this point very quick on Court TV. So you could pull that up and get to the very end, and she actually
She does make a really quick point there. I think she does it right here at the beginning though, because I just like what she says here. She didn't say it on Court TV, and it's very similar to how I feel. So that's the point I want to get to really quick. I should have found it before.
No, yeah, because I thought
hey,
that's
we're
what
gonna
you were
argue what's
looking
in these
for.
letters come February
Yeah.
15th.
Let's see here.
Which is the next motions hearing. So there's no point in keeping them impounded because we're going to be talking about them anyway. And in order for you, Judge Bev, to decide this motion, you need to actually look at the letters. And then she said, I haven't seen the letters. And so she had to get Yannetti read the letters. Says I wasn't born with thorns. She had to get Yannetti begrudgingly to give her a copy of the letters, which he had begrudgingly, and he gave them to her. And she looked at them while she was on the bench. And she
Oh my gosh, the way Judge Bev treated Yannetti, the whole defense team and everything versus how she treated the Boston Magazine lawyer was so mind-blowing. It was glaringly obvious how different that judge treated them. But let me go a little bit
Yeah,
further
it
here.
was kind of weird.
It was.
I'll take this under advisement.
I'll take it.
So that's one issue. Mr. Yannetti was also very forthcoming about a conference call that he had just yesterday, with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the prosecution, in which Yannetti says the U.S. Attorney's Office has advised them that the federal grand jury and investigation into the investigation of the Karen Reed case is ongoing, that D.A. Morrissey is the target of that investigation. And I wrote this down so that I wouldn't misquote. He said during yesterday's conference call that it is almost unheard of that they're going to release some of these federal investigation documents to both sides, meaning the prosecution and the defense in the Karen Reed case, the documents and the information that has to do with Karen Reed's case, because in good conscience, he, the U.S. attorney, cannot allow Karen Reed's case to go to trial. Those were Yannetti's exact words.
That right there was huge.
Yeah.
That in good conscience, he could not let this case go to trial. So he's releasing this information to both sides. Gerda, it's good to see you too, hon. That is unheard of. It is almost completely unheard of. It's mind-blowing.
The fact
And
that
this
it's
is what
is amazing, considering how this investigation was conducted. It is mind-blowing that this case has not been dropped yet. It's crazy to me.
Right. It really is. Honestly, the way that they've changed the narrative of how it happened, 3 times now, and the missing camera recordings and things like that. It is definitely mind-blowing that it is still
Dude, who puts blood
going this
samples?
direction.
Who puts blood samples in a neighbor's red Solo drink cups? Who doesn't do a walkthrough of the house to make sure everybody doesn't do a wellness check when there's a dead
I
person?
think the fact that they used snow blowers for 2 hours and these red Solo cups from a neighbor, not the house that he was found at, was one of the very first red flags. When I was reading that, I was like, wait, they did what? And it's right there in the, prosecution's reports, and I was like, what? How is this information out here? And they're still doing it. If you read through the probable cause, the timeline of the probable cause jumps around so much, and it makes it's not in chronological order, and it should be. It's supposed to be in chronological order. And the way that it's out of order confuses people and makes you believe that certain things happened before other things. And I was just like, wait, how could this? I was trying to put it in order when I was reading it. It was just, it's insane. So this whole thing here that is happening now that just came out, and I guess we're going to find out, before, or at least on the 15th, hopefully, of February, that something big's happening in the background. And the fact that they are pulling in all of the witnesses that were part of the grand jury for Karen Reed's indictment, now they're pulling them into a federal grand jury. That is peculiar. Very, very peculiar.
And
And
why
it's rare.
is this happening? Because people are loud and they're demanding that these things happen. And whether we like it or not, the reason why people are loud and demanding that these things are happening is because Turtle Boy made that much noise. I mean, we cannot deny that.
That's the
Sorry.
part that I don't always agree with, because I feel like we don't know what they were doing beforehand. But obviously it does not hurt either. Like, when there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of uproar. I mean, we saw it happen in the Idaho 4 case. We saw it happen in the Delphi case. When a lot of noise is being made, then things do move. But the feds, if they've been involved since April of 22, I know this case hasn't been this explosive since April of 22.
Right. And yeah, I mean, you're right.
So
'cause
they were there, yeah.
that this is the only case that they would be looking into. I think that this started more. I think this started at least with the Sandra Birchmore case. So
That's another one I need to look into. I heard it on I heard Olivia mention that, and I heard somebody else mentioned it too. So I need to look into that one. Birchmore.
You'll see some familiar names.
I bet.
You'll see some familiar names in there. So yeah, do yourself a favor and look at that case.
Hey, Criminality, how are you, love? Hope you're doing good. Yeah. Okay, I hope I'm close to where she talks about this real quick.
And Mr. Lally did not explain anything. He said nothing. He said
Yeah,
nothing.
Lally did nothing.
That leads to me to believe a lot of things.
He has since came out, though, and said the office put, not Lally, but the DA's office put out a memo. I don't know what it was actually called. I can't remember. Sorry, guys, off the top of my head. But they asked for the judge to go ahead and release all the letters, and said that what Yannetti said was categorically false, but he twisted Yannetti's words, because what he's claiming now isn't what Yannetti said at all. He didn't say that, they were the target of the investigation. He just said that there was an investigation. So he has spoken since. I can find that for you guys in a second.
That's the
a lot of things. And
yeah, that's the court document, that the motion where they're dropping the order. Yeah, dropping the order to what is it? To suppress it or whatever.
Yeah, the motion to suppress, yeah. Okay.
I gotta address Brianna's comment. Brianna says, so is the glarer going to stop getting mad at BHB for making a bunch of noise when she thinks that there's injustice going on? No, as long as her research is sound. I mean, if her research is sound and her beliefs are based on facts that are undisputable, like Turtle Boy's, then I would defend her. But she never has. Show me one time where she has.
So it is the Commonwealth's motion to withdraw the protective order pertaining to the Commonwealth's notice of discovery pursuant to Mass R blah 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 with the associated attachment. It says, I'm trying to zoom in on this. I can't. Moves this honorable court issue an order vacating the protective order pertaining to the correspondence, a total of 8 letters between the Norfolk Norfolk. I can't say it right. I'm not a Bostonian.
I
Norfolk
think I
District
know.
Attorney's Office.
I always say Norfolk because that's how you pronounce it in Virginia. So I don't know if it's the same thing because I used to live in Norfolk, Virginia. So that's how you say it. But I mean, I don't know.
I want to pronounce the L in it and be like Norfolk, but I feel like they probably don't.
And in Virginia, I got made fun of for doing that. So I don't think they do in Boston either.
Boston either. Okay. So they want to drop it. Here's what he said. He said, while the Commonwealth's motion for protective order is premised on statute and case law, the Commonwealth now moves for the release of all correspondence to, I can't read it, it's too small. The prejudicial effect of counsel's false impression, sorry, it's really tiny, y'all, to the court and the public about the nature and substance of those letters and the extent of a federal investigation. The United States Attorney's Office has indicated that they do not object to public disclosure of the letters and took an extraordinary step to release a statement to rectify the misstatements made by Attorney Yeti on January 18th, stating, "We are aware of today's hearing in Norfolk County Superior Court in the Karen Reed matter. In connection with this matter, at no time has the U.S. Attorney's Office named any person or entity as a target of an investigation to anyone." But that's not what Yannetti said. We just heard here. Let me go back. Exactly what
Yali's trying to split hairs there for sure.
He is. He really is.
And Mr. Lally did not explain anything.
He
said nothing. He said nothing in response to that. That leads to me to believe a lot of things, and explosive things. Because as an officer of the court, when you're an attorney or a brother or a sister, as they call each other in the Commonwealth, in the court, which I think is so interesting. We don't do that here in New York. We say my advocate or counselor.
Oh, what happened? It just went blank on me. Sorry, guys. Oh, sorry. So they're saying, well, that's buffering. It's Norfolk. Norfolk is how you say it.
But the my brother, my sister thing, is that, does anybody know if they do that in any other state, or is that a
I don't think my computer's going to cooperate today. Anyway, she goes, I'm going to,
it seems to be very.
Let me drop her link again, though. She goes on to explain basically the same thoughts that I have. Like, just because I find this person innocent, in my opinion, doesn't mean I'm connected to or, agree with all the actions of other people who cover it and how they cover it. Just because I feel the opposite, and this is what Melanie Little says. I encourage y'all to go watch this. She's like, just because I feel the opposite of Coffendorfer, and I think that she's taking things and not basing them on fact, doesn't mean I hate Coffendorfer or I want to brawl with her. Just means that she's misinterpreting the data that is completely available. And I just loved how Melanie worded it. She's such a great wordsmith, way better than me for sure. And so,
and she's got all the class I'm lacking, that's for sure.
Okay, question: if Karen Reed is innocent, does that override the criminal charges Turtle Boy has? Did he break the law? If so, should he receive jail time? I don't know the answer to that. It is definitely a great question. Hey, Patrice, you can turn your camera off if you want to, love.
I can take a stab at answering that. I don't think that it does override the criminal charges. I think it'll help him once the trial goes to once the case goes to trial in Turtle Boy's case, because he plans on fighting those charges all the way. But the issue is that the law that was applied to charge Turtle Boy and the Canton Nine itself is unconstitutional. So that's what they're going to be looking at fighting, is the actual law that exists that was used to apply, or that was applied. Sorry, that was redundant. That was applied to charge Turtle Boy and the Canton Nine. So I don't think that that will automatically get his case dismissed, but it definitely will help convince a jury as to why those charges are unconstitutional and why he should not be charged, basically.
Zen, I agree with Lacey Ann here. Hi, Lacey, by the way. And I'll grab that link for that since I don't know if it's my internet or this stinking laptop, but I don't want to cooperate. But the expert that she had on, and he truly is an expert. He would definitely be qualified as an expert if he was in a trial. The way he described the lacerations, I should say, the lacerations that are on John O'Keefe's arm as he said they absolutely are from a dog. He truly feels that they are from a dog. It's not a dog bite, it's a dog laceration. Like the way that the dogs latch on they do end up looking more like scratches than puncture wounds most of the time. I don't know, just the whole way he described it is phenomenal. You guys have to listen to it.
I just shared with you Turtle Boy's charges, the documents for his charges, in the private chat, and so you can look at those if you want. Somebody asked what the charges were, so
all right. So intimidation. Hey, Patricia, how's it going, hun?
Hi, I just wanted to say something.
Yes.
And probably Clara won't like this. Maybe you won't like this. I'm from Massachusetts. I've lived here all my life. I've lived in Boston. I think that there has been many situations where the Boston police have been caught up in things that were not good. I mean, they have, I think they kind of have a little bit of a notoriety where
they definitely have a reputation for that, for sure.
Well, to be clear, in this case, it's the Massachusetts State Troopers, not the Boston police.
John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer, but it's the Massachusetts State Police that are investigating the case.
Right.
But I'm gonna say, and like I said, you probably won't like this, the Glare or Deets, I don't know.
That's okay. You're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah, totally.
I don't think that Turtle Boy going up to a game and approaching Jen McCabe, and I just don't think it's, I mean, he can say like he's a journalist and yada yada yada, and he can say, he can like ride through all these like, spaces where he can, glorify why he's doing what he's doing. But is he really a journalist? I don't think so.
I don't know. That was one of the things that I had been thinking a lot about, was independent journalism and the future of journalism. And it's a completely separate live and conversation. But I actually agree with you wholeheartedly. I think what he did going to that game and confronting them at their son's sporting event was completely wrong. I agree with you.
Yeah. And that's kind of like, where we go into the whole Bullhorn Betty thing. Like, she does inappropriate things. And so does he. He does inappropriate
A lot of people do, yeah. Yeah, we said that earlier. I agree.
Yeah, and
correct. T. Under the law, he is a journalist.
Well, I guess I'm a journalist then.
Well, technically, under the law, I'm a journalist. Technically, Blair is. Technically, under the law, Bullhorn Betty is.
Technically,
doesn't
under the law,
necessarily mean it's right, but yeah.
Technically, under the law, you are. Right now, you're on a public platform expressing your opinion. And if someone were to be offended by what you said and tried to bring charges up against you for something that you're saying right here, you would be defended by anybody who believes that Turtle Boy is a journalist, because you are protected under the First Amendment to your opinions and to express them publicly.
Yes, KDB, under the law, technically, he's a journalist. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody has the same access that mainstream
Right.
media or what we consider real journalists will get. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that at all. You're not going to automatically be permitted into a media briefing just because you claim to be a journalist, or because under the, law, under the Constitution, you have that right. It doesn't mean you're going to be permitted into those things.
Right, because you yourself, the Glare, myself, would not be able to get into the White House to cover all the briefings of the
Right.
president.
Sure.
Right.
Right.
I
Right.
mean,
Right.
those are real journalists. I mean, they they're
Right.
under.
But I mean, there's real journalists that wouldn't be permitted into those situations either.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm not aware of that, but I thought you had to be under a certain, I don't know what you would call it, to get into the White House to cover what the president says. I mean, I would imagine it's, there's
Right. That's
certain
why I said there's real journalists
criteria.
who would not meet that criteria as well. Like you're not going to have, the news anchor for a small town.
Albuquerque.
Right, be able to get in, their press pass isn't gonna get them into the White House either.
Right.
That you have to go through huge vetting to
Right.
be a journalist that's approved to do that.
Right.
It's really interesting what constitutes a journalist, and then like the different degrees of it, which is kind of why I did at some point want to have a talk about independent journalism and the future of journalists. I do think that there needs to be something that protect what you're calling real journalists. I agree that there definitely needs to be new wording on that, because our society as a whole, we've moved ahead in life where most of us, the vast majority of us, are not getting our information off of the 5 o'clock news anymore or out of newspapers anymore. We turn to social media to get it. And I do think that journalists have caught up to that, and they're putting a lot of their information out there on social media. But now there's this whole new wave of individuals doing this as well. And a lot of people are turning more to these independent sources. And the problem that I see happening with that is that the information isn't vetted. But then again, we have real journalists who don't vet the information either. So
Right, but I personally am not going to take Bullhorn Betty's word, and I'm not going to take Turtle Boy's word on this case. To me, I mean, Karen Reed has excellent lawyers, and they're fighting their rear end off to protect her and to get her to be set free. I think there are a lot of things in this case that are super, super, super obvious, that make her innocent. But then there's a lot of other things that I question. It's a 50-50 draw on me. And I'm not on the jury.
I love that you said that, though. I love that you said that, and you even just ended that saying that you. Before I interrupted you, I'm sorry, but I have to say this. I have to express this thought. I love that you said that, because the issue is that as a juror, these things, as far as the investigation goes, right? The things that one thing that the DA has done is arrested one of Turtle Boy's lawyers' investigators for simply doing their job and asking questions, right? So now I'm not going to take Turtle Boy's word for anything. I made it a point when I first started looking at this case, I was like, I'm not even going to look into Turtle Boy yet until I look at these documents. And I'm not going to take Bullhorn Betty's word. But the thing is when it comes to this case, I'm going to look at, and I would take Bullhorn Betty's word if she provided proof that backed up her opinions. Now, doesn't mean I'm going to share her opinions, but I'm going to take that proof and express my and develop my own opinion based on that proof. Okay, so Turtle Boy providing that proof versus Bullhorn Betty providing her opinions without the proof, there's a credibility issue there. So as much as people don't like Turtle Boy, and everyone has the right to not like Turtle Boy. Everyone has every right to have their personal opinions of the guy. I'm not disputing that. I'm not trying to shut anybody down for that. And, that's fine. But all I care about is the fact that he has done some investigating. Some of his tactics are things that I would definitely would not engage in. But I have the opinion that some were necessary. But some of those tactics were necessary to get certain facts and put those facts together in order to draw a opinion that actually works, that actually has some substance to it. Can you guys still hear me, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your dog snoring is kind of it's put me to sleep. I love it. I know it's cute.
Go asleep.
I was just kind of reading through the comments here, and I do agree with what a lot of people are saying, that there's a difference between being a journalist and what a press pass will get you, and
Sure,
what a media pass will get you into things. And I think that comes down to the difference. But Cordy said here that
well, if somebody investigates as well as publishes work that is backed by sponsors, well, then that person is technically a journalist. And Turtle Boy has a blog. Yes, it's a blog, but make no mistake, he's a sponsored, published, and they say award-winning. I don't know what award he won, but they say that he's an award.
I don't know.
I haven't looked into that, but he is technically a journalist, and a professional one. Technically, if you do it for a living and you have sponsors to back up your work, and that's how you make your money, well, if he investigates, writes, publishes, that's a journalist.
I would have to definitely look more into that.
Trying to say, I'm sorry, Deeds.
No, you're fine, hon. Go ahead.
All I'm trying to say is that take out Turtle Boy, take out all that, social media and his quote unquote journalism, and put into the case of the lawyers, the defense lawyers, and the prosecution. Just take out all the other crap, and
well, that's all I have done. All I've done is paid attention to the trial, the case documents. I've listened, and I agree here with what Cordia said, is like, I want to hear both sides, because it's the best.
Sure.
I don't think it's the only way to make an informed decision, but I do feel it's the best way to make an informed decision. But I haven't based any of the research that I've done off of Turtle Boy's research, so I don't know what you were. I kind of have been saying that this whole time, so I'm not sure like where the difference is coming.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Deets. I'm just saying that this is my opinion. I know the glare goes off of a lot of Turtle Boy's opinions.
No, I don't. I have to correct you there. I don't go off of his opinions at all. I form my opinions based on proof that I see. Period.
Well,
I don't consider Turtle Boy's opinions to be proof. I consider some of the things that he has put forward to be proof, but I can differentiate the things that are his opinions from the proof that he provides. I can tell the difference between proof and opinion. I can tell the difference between fact and opinion. Those facts are what I base my opinions on, not what anyone else's opinions are.
Okay. My whole being of up here, I came up here just to say I'm waiting for the trial, and I only want to hear their sides, the defense and the prosecution, and that's it. That's all I want to hear, and what Turtle Boy believes, and him getting this girl pregnant, or all this other stuff is just like distraction.
I agree.
Absolutely.
There.
But here we are talking about it instead of what we were talking about a minute ago, which were the facts.
Yeah, but we wouldn't know about that unless he had been arrested. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We wouldn't know these things about his personal life unless he had been, in my opinion, unjustly arrested. But the facts dictate my opinion. Now, you could look at those same facts and form a different opinion, and you're entitled to that. What I'm saying is those facts, which are the basis of which he was arrested and charged and then thrown in jail, those tell me that these personal things that everybody's in chatter about, I don't care about them. I don't care, and I've said it many times, I don't care that whether or not this woman was pregnant or not. I don't care whether or not he got along with her, or when he got along with her, or when he didn't get along with her. I don't care what kind of relationship he had with her kids. I don't care about any of that. But the circumstances in which he was arrested and the evidence, unfortunately, reveals aspects of his personal life. And that's necessary to go over because the grounds in which he was arrested and the circumstances in which were taken to arrest him and charge him are connected and undeniably connected to the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case.
I just want to say real quick, welcome Riddler and welcome Lacey Ann. Thank you for joining. You're breaking up, Patricia. You there, hon?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just.
Is she breaking up for you or is it just me?
She's breaking up.
Okay. Yeah, you're breaking up really bad. What did Jacob say?
Oh,
Because
okay.
someone
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Right. A lot of
Okay,
journalists
I'm just
don't
gonna
have ethics. It's true. You keep
I'm just
coming
gonna
in and out,
say-
Patricia. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me? All right, I'm gonna jump
Yeah,
down.
I can hear you.
And
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just gonna say
Okay.
that I'm gonna jump down, and
Uh-huh.
I can't wait for the trial. And thank you.
Oh, good. I think it'll be a
There-
great trial. It'll be.
There
I
probably won't be a trial.
Patricia.
Hopefully there won't be a trial.
There's a lot of people that believe it won't go to trial, and with this new information that came out on Friday, was it Thursday? Thursday. There's a strong possibility there might not be a trial, at least for Karen. I hope eventually there is a trial for someone, because John O'Keefe definitely deserves justice no matter what.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Thank you, both of you. Take care.
Thank you, Trish. Have a good one.
Talking to you, Trish. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I know the clever snoring is definitely cracking me up too.
I can't hear it because I have my headphones on, so it's blocking out the outside noise. But I guess my mic is picking it up and you guys can hear it.
Yeah,
But
I agree with unsupervised here. I don't know about the abuse allegations or his case, but and I do care because I don't want to be like, oh, I don't care if he was abusive. I do care, but it doesn't have it. I'm with her. It doesn't have any bearing on John O'Keefe and Karen's case. Now you're saying it does, but for me right now, in my mind, it does not. So I'll have to look into and see.
Yeah, I'm saying that I just don't believe that the evidence dictates to me that he's not abusive. Or at least not in the case that he's being accused of.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's been a really interesting, wild ride, even in the past, 8 months that I've been looking into it. And it's kind of all coming to a head now with this last court hearing and hopefully with the next one. And I'm very curious as to what is going on with the FBI investigation. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, the FBI investigation is what's really funny about that is it's just a small factor of Karen Reed's defense. It's in comparison to all of the other points that we know that they could pick out of a hat to bring up. Which I know that if this we know that if this goes to trial, all of these things are going to get brought up.
Which blows my mind. If you, I don't know, just if you read the probable cause, you would, I don't know how they got the arrest to begin with, is my question.
Right.
I truly, truly don't.
It goes all
Let
the way back to the
me
very
see if I can
beginning
pull
of
it
the
up here.
investigation.
The new information, though, 867, was that the FBI is investigating the investigation. The FBI is investigating the investigation, and something that they found in their investigation is so important that they have to release it to both sides, to the prosecution and the defense, because as they said, they can't in good conscience allow the trial to continue without that information being out there. And we don't know what this information is. We could only speculate.
Right. I mean, we're talking about someone's potential innocence.
Mhm.
You know, John O'Keefe needs justice. But if you're
Absolutely.
someone who absolutely believes that Karen Read is innocent, well, then this is a lot of time being wasted on getting him justice. So that's the issue here. This is why
Exactly.
it's important to talk about John O'Keefe. It's why or Karen Read. It's why it's important to talk about Turtle Boy once you look into his case.
Mhm.
But I agree with you. I could see on the surface that it's not that John O'Keefe seems lost in all of this. But I can assure you that the people of Canton, at the very least, the locals, in Massachusetts, in the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I can guarantee you that they have not forgotten about justice for John O'Keefe. And those are the people
No,
who,
I agree with you wholeheartely. You can tell
yeah,
the way that they show up when you watch. I don't know if people even go as far as I do and watch the Canton Select Board meetings. I mean, I that's how deep I've gotten into it. They
yeah,
care
yeah.
wholeheartedly about justice for John O'Keefe, and
That
you
is
can
the
see
most
that.
inspiring
Mhm.
thing as to what's driving me to keep talking about this. That's the most inspiring aspect is how,
This isn't just like I feel like with some cases, like even, Summer's case, with like Quentin's case, like those, you don't feel the actual community showing up in droves to support it, seeking justice, wanting answers. But in this one, you do. That the people that are showing up there on the steps aren't just YouTubers. And I can say this for Turtle Boy, he's not just a journalist. Like that's his area. Like those are the local
right.
people who are fully interested in that case and what is happening with it and the justice for it. Oh my goodness, look at that puppy.
Good boy. He's a
He is huge.
He's getting
Holy
so big.
cow.
He's
How
getting
big
so
is his
big.
head gonna get?
Oh my goodness. Oh, I love you, baby boy. I love
Dang.
you, buddy.
How much does he weigh?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna guess pushing 40, maybe. He's a big boy. He's a big boy.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Amber. That's another thing that Melanie Little says, which is another reason I encourage you guys to go listen to her, that I completely 135% agree with, is that just because you don't think Karen Read is guilty, it doesn't mean that there are 50 bajillion people involved in a conspiracy. I don't believe that there's this huge conspiracy involving hundreds of people. That was the big point Melanie drove home, and I loved how she worded it, was just that it can be something as simple as one or two people doing something shady or a faulty investigation, and then it causes a trickle down effect of, well, the prosecutor is just going off of the investigation that's presented to him and trying to work that evidence and make it fit into what was done to him. It doesn't necessarily mean, and I'm not saying people are corrupt or aren't corrupt. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be this giant conspiracy involving hundreds of people, not
No.
at all. And those that scream that over and over, it's just complete bupkis,
A
complete bupkis.
conspiracy is more than one person uh colluding to do something nefarious, something
Mhm.
dishonest. It's all a conspiracy is. People are over dramatizing the word conspiracy when it's being used in this case. Conspiracy doesn't mean that there's this the Illuminati behind the scenes making sure that it's framed Karen Reed. That's not what's going on here.
Right.
We're talking about a few people who are clearly lying, and it's either to cover up a murder or it's to cover up it's to cover up misconduct in an investigation. One of the two.
Something.
Yeah.
All you have to do, though, is just look at the facts and you can tell something is off here. 1 and 2 are not equaling 3 in this situation.
Right.
Something is off. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, this person's corrupt or that person's corrupt. I have no idea who did what or why they did it. But based on the information presented, I don't feel it's a case that should even be on the course to a trial right now.
Right.
But
And that right there is suspicious as hell. You know what I mean? Just that alone should be making people, once you look at some of these documents, you don't even have to look at every single court document. Once you look enough into this case, and then you see that, because if you look at, especially if you follow true crime cases in the past, right? So you look at true crime cases in the past, and a lot of times, that the DA isn't even going to charge someone unless they feel that they have an airtight case that they can prove in a court of law to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the minimum standard as to why they would even go to trial with the case. And there's no way that this case is even close to airtight, not even close. So it's suspicious in and of itself that the DA is moving forward with a trial in this case.
yeah. Well, and like P Fox here says, the upping of her charges was like, what?
Yeah,
How
wait,
did they even
what?
come to that conclusion? And a lot of the people that are screaming that that are screaming she's guilty and this is the fact and that's a fact, they're basing their hypothesis off of inaccurate information, for one, because a lot of the things that we're seeing come out in these documents we have seen presented in other cases and in other trials, like with the Celebrite information. The one that the trooper first withdrew is the reason why the how long to die in the cold didn't show up is because when the defense had their expert extract it, they used a newer version of Celebrite. And so that's how they were able to find it there. But the fact also remains, it wasn't just found on Celebrite, which is the gold standard for extracting information from our phones. It was found on five different types of software extracted this information.
Right.
And so if we're going to discredit those 5 different types of software, then that means the cell phone information in Gannon's trial, the cell phone information in the Murdoch trial, the cell phone information that they plan, or the Google information they plan on using in Walsh's trial is going, it's what? It's bupkis?
Right.
No. These things are black and white. You can try to twist it for a narrative on your YouTube platform or on your Twitter platform or something like that, but it is a black and white fact of information. It should be the easiest information to believe because it doesn't have human emotion behind it. It's ones and zeros on a screen,
So again, why, one has to ask, why is the DA so desperate to convict this woman? Why are they so desperate to convict this woman that they are willing to even risk, and I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is, risk a new precedent where convicted murderers are going to be subject to getting a new trial because their convictions were brought on and their convictions were based on Celebrite data. I mean, that's a scary notion when you think about it. The fact that the DA is willing to risk that.
And that doesn't have to mean corruption. It doesn't have to mean
it doesn't have
anything like that. It could be as simple as the prosecution just wanting to make their case stick. They've got it. They've taken it. That doesn't mean that that's right, that that's what they're doing, but that
But
could
that
be
is
as simple as that. Yeah.
corruption. That is
It
corruption.
is. It is.
It's absolutely corruption, because we're talking about violating someone's rights, and you're talking about, if you are sworn an oath to bring justice to the people of the Commonwealth, then what you're doing is costing them justice, because how many cases are going to be subject to retrial because they just completely they managed to convince a jury that this cell phone data is unreliable.
I don't even think they would need to get to Jen McCabe's portion for a jury to not believe what was put out there
It's a drop
at
in the
all.
it's a drop in the bucket of things that the defense can use to absolutely
You line out, if you lay out the timeline of events in chronological order, it
Right.
couldn't have happened the way that they're stating it happened.
There's no way.
Ryan Nagel would be there at the time that the prosecution is alleging that John was killed. So then why did him, his sister, or anybody else that was of the 4 other people that were looking out the window not see it happen? So
Ryan
their
Nagel would be the first person I
timeline.
would bring to the stand if I was the defense. Ryan Nagel would be the first person I brought to the stand.
Yeah.
I called.
Their timeline is it's bupkis. I keep saying that word. I don't know why, but that's what it is. It's just complete and utter.
It's because we're trying not to say BS.
It is BS though. Yeah, that is a scary thing. There's a lot of you told me about that 867, about the innocent stuff that you've been watching. So many overturned convictions. Well, look at right now they're looking into overturning Scott Peterson's conviction. So
I have doubts about
it's
Scott
interesting.
Peterson. I don't think he's innocent, but I have doubts.
That's a question I want to ask everybody. Do you think he's innocent or guilty? Let me do a poll on that, because I'm curious as to what people think about that.
The burglarized house, man, just really makes me ask questions.
Uh-huh.
So I have doubts.
I think he's innocent, and I know, like, I'm one of the few people that think that.
If I was a juror and I had those exact thoughts, he would walk. You know what I mean? I mean, let's be honest. If I'm sitting here going, I have questions, I'm not ready. I sorry, and I'm one of those jurors, he's gonna walk. No way
You
I would
think?
I mean, that's all it takes. Because I am that adamant. If I'm a juror, and me being me, as adamant as I am about, and I am adamant about having doubts in the Scott Peterson case, doesn't mean that I think he's innocent. I'm saying I have doubts. That right there forfeits the beyond the reasonable doubt factor. Now a juror has doubts. So you can't convict the guy. You can't. If I'm one of those jurors, he can't be convicted.
Okay, we'll just put if he's guilty. You can say yes or no if you think he's guilty. We'll see what people think. I find that one's going to be very interesting. Love in the Laundry. Will I continue the case coverage you and Tracy? I don't know, possibly. Like I said, Morgan goes back to work today, so it's kind of just figuring out how new role, new life is going to play out, what the time is going to be like. Right now, I'm just ingesting so much true crime because it's a lot better than the drama that's happening out there. There's enough drama in true crime, and I don't mean that in like the side drama, but like just going through the case. When you just watch trials, I've been watching the Treehouse murder trial, and that is hella dramatic. Oh, the judge is yelling at the guy who's defending himself pro se. He's showing up late. It is insane. And I find all that stuff a lot more interesting than the other stuff going on around YouTube.
One of my theories on Karen Reed, which is pure speculation, but one of my theories on that is drama. It's full of drama. Like I tinker around with the idea that Jennifer McCabe and John O'Keefe may have had some sort of romantic connection. I tinker around with that idea. I'm not saying that I believe that. I'm saying that I consider it a possibility, and Matt McCabe would have motive if that were the case.
Well, I don't know about that. I just know it's very peculiar how much she called him, and
Right. That's all I'm saying. I'm basing my speculation, which is speculation, by the way. I want to be clear about that, on
Thank you.
those things. It doesn't prove anything. I'm just saying I'm basing my speculation on those facts, which is she called him a lot of times. Their kids played together. They hung out, you know?
And then she said she barely knew him. That's so
Right.
peculiar. Like, why are you saying you barely knew the guy when it's a proven
Right.
fact that you guys were friends?
Right.
So it is weird. It's very weird. You think Scott Peterson's guilty, Valley? What? I know. A lot of people do.
Well, he's
A
in
lot
jail.
of
He
people
must be
feel he's
guilty.
guilty. Yeah. Well, he technically he is guilty. But
He was found guilty by a jury in a court of
yes,
law.
he was found guilty. I just question it. I really question his guilt there. Yes, and Gavel Geeks was with us when we talked about the Karen Reed case. She's very deep into it as well. She likes looking into it a lot. Scott gives me see, and that's the thing, Jacob. I just took the time to watch the documentary on I think it's on Netflix. It's the one on Netflix about Scott. And I honestly, before digging into it, I dug into it myself like a couple years ago, but before digging into it, that's how I felt. It was like, dude's a slime ball. He's a nasty, dirty cheater, totally guilty. He killed his wife. Like, your mind just instantly goes there. And
Right.
watching that docuseries, it's like they laid it out so well that, like, yeah, he might be a gross, disgusting guy that you don't like, but that doesn't make him a murderer.
Right.
And the fact that law enforcement put out his alibi, put out where he was before
And it happens a lot,
she
man.
was even Lacey was found was mind-blowing. Mind-blowing.
It happens a lot. Look at Don Wells. You know, how many people think that he's a murderer when there's no evidence of that, and they're basing it based on other things that they know about Don Wells as a person.
Because you think the person's like, we're watching that right now in the Delphi case. That's a huge thing in the Delphi case. A lot of people believe that Richard Allen is guilty for the simple fact that law enforcement told you he's guilty. I don't know what I believe about Richard Allen. I'm still on the fence about whether he's guilty or not personally. But when you go down to why he was actually arrested and the proof that they have on him, you're like, wait, what? That's what they arrested him with? It just because he was there? Just because they found something? Because they didn't arrest him just because of the shell casing that was found later, because that was found later after the search warrant. So I don't know. That one's a tricky one, and I think that one's definitely very interesting as well. But I wasn't deep into Delphi the whole time. Like a lot of creators, they know so much more than me about that one. Any doubt you can't convict? Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Once in a while, like I have to tell Clever, like, knock it off, dude, because he's still a baby, so he chews on stuff he's not supposed to, and then I have to like give him something else that I need him in the habit to chew on. So.
Perfectly thinks they found the evidence that pointed to guilt and ignored or hid all that pointed to innocence. Interesting. Now I gotta get ads for Oregon. Can you do an I don't know option on the Scott Peterson poll, right? There are some people who don't know. That's true. I get if you don't know though, if you're on the fence or you have reasonable doubt, then I would say you would pick that he's not guilty because you have a doubt.
Right.
So okay, so that I see truth in I don't know. Truth. And we're just going to go with truth. I thought the same way as you. Like, dude dyed his hair, hid his identity, and took off to Mexico. But then when you find out he dyed his hair and changed his appearance to hide from the media, because there's a photograph of him out there with investigators with this disguised appearance with the dyed hair and everything. So it'd be really silly for you to try to change your appearance and then go and hang out with the investigators or talk with the investigators. They're going to know your new appearance. So that just proves that he had changed, he had come up with this disguise of dyed hair and stuff to kind of hide from the paparazzi. And then you're like, well, okay, well, he was headed to Mexico with 10 grand or 15 grand in cash. Well, then you find out that he was meeting his family at a golf course that's 30 minutes from the Mexico border. Well, that's a little different than running to Mexico. And someone accidentally withdrew a bunch of money from his account or something, and one of his family members, and she gave it to him in cash. And so that explains, I don't know, there was just a lot of explanations for these things, and that made you look at it a little differently. Like, okay, maybe he wasn't running to Mexico. Because I thought the exact same thing that Truth did here, that, oh, he was, getting a disguise and taking off for the border. But then when you lay out the truth of it, well, that's
And
not the case at all.
And it's more dramatic,
You're a
so
fence rider, James.
it's like you want to believe that idea because it's more entertaining. If you're the masses, you know what I mean, you want that idea to be the case almost because it's more entertaining. You jump to that conclusion because it's something you'd see in a movie. Oh my God, look at him, he's hiding and he's running, he's on the run, and he put on a disguise. And I mean, listen to the dramatics in that. Like
well, when you look into what the media did with that, I do feel he absolutely had a trial. He was tried by the media long before his case ever went to trial, and we see that with a lot of cases too. And I am curious if trials, the court system, things like that are going to change moving forward as more and more situations like this happen, like with the Idaho 4 documentary trailer that we just watched, as sleuths dig in deeper and people are essentially found guilty or not guilty on social media before they ever even take it to trial. I'm curious how we're going to handle that as a country moving forward.
I find that to me, watching that trailer was surreal, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only thing that I saw any of those people sleuth was Dylan Mortensen. Other than that, like, they didn't sleuth anything. they took the Dylan Mortensen aspect of the probable cause affidavit and then ran with it to make her seem as though she was either complacent or guilty in collusion with Brian Kohberger in some way. So, I mean, I'm wondering, what are they going to talk about what these sleuths have done? Exactly.
So, but what would he have been hiding from? Because if there is proof that he is with the investigators with the dyed hair, he's obviously not hiding from them. So what was he dyeing his hair to hide from then? Just curious. Unsupervised, you believe he's guilty? I just don't think they proved it. I don't know. That one's going to be interesting. No, I don't think they did either. Yep. I think a lot of his explanations, a lot of his behavior stemmed from the affair he was trying to hide. The Viagra pills and condoms to go to the golf. So the way that they explain that, he was basically living out of his car. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's definitely going to be interesting going forward with that one.
I don't know anything about the Delphi case. I haven't followed it at all.
Oh, they're talking about the Peterson. The Delphi case is hella interesting right now. They just had it, a situation kicked up to the Indiana Supreme Court. And
I saw there was some buzz about it, but I didn't look into it.
Well, they had the judge dismissed the defense attorneys for gross negligence, which I did not feel it was gross negligence. And the way that she went about doing it was completely against the normal procedures. completely
Okay.
against that. So they took it up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court just reinstated the original defense attorneys on the case. So it's going to be really interesting at the
Is
next
that judge
hearing
going
to
to
see
be
how that goes.
recused then?
She has not been recused because that was one of the things that they asked for from the Supreme Court. They denied that aspect of it. They only put the defense attorneys back on the case. But they had previously had a motion in place for her to recuse herself. I can't remember exactly what it was, but
There's probably a
asking
procedure.
her to step down. So I don't know what's going to happen there if they have to put in a new.
Because how are they going to get a fair trial now? You know
I
what I
don't
mean?
know. That's why I say
Like,
it's going to be really interesting at the next hearing, next court date that they have. Yeah, yeah, I would say the dye job definitely made him stick out more than it hit him. Don't forget the ticket from the Berkeley Marina of him launching his boat. Right, but then when you look at the boat, how could he have had, I don't know. And we know so much now about DNA, it would be impossible for her DNA to not be on the boat. So I'm kind of curious if they ever did anything with that. I don't know. That one's gonna be tricky. It does, Evil Queen. It keeps flipping the script for sure. In the Delphi case, Granny, or in do I think she should be recused? I do. I do think that I think she has shown a lot of bias against the defense attorneys, and I don't know that she can
I don't think that
be
she can.
objective.
Yeah, impartial. I
Yeah.
don't see how she could be
I don't think
impartial.
so either. But I mean, I'm a nobody. I do think that she should be recused, but we'll see. Like I said, you're definitely going to want to check out Criminality or Michelle After Dark for Delphi. And then there's a lot of other creators that are on the other side of it that I could point you towards as well, because I like hearing both sides. So there's a lot of
I know
interesting creators.
Defense Diaries, who's an attorney.
Yeah, he does a good job.
He talks about it a lot.
He's him and his wife have both done a phenomenal job covering it. They his name's Bob. He was just at the Supreme Court section of it, and he also has a lot of really good information on Karen Reed as well, like his perspective as a defense attorney. So the Innocence Project that's doing Scott Peterson isn't the Innocence Project, right? It's the California Innocence Project, I believe. Bought a new set of the new about no, I haven't. I'm gonna write that one down too. Because right now it's just so much easier for me to listen and watch stuff than it is to find time to go live or to create anything. So I've been soaking in a lot of content. Yes, Allie does. She's so funny. You got to go and watch her when she covered the Supreme Court case. They tried to use Michael Peterson as an alter. Oh, really? Yes. Wait, was it Michael or Scott? I thought it was Scott they tried to use as a suspect in the Karen Smart. No, Judge Cole hasn't even read the Frank's motion. She hasn't, which I mean, I get it's a lot to read, but she didn't read it at all. She did not. But those are definitely the crazy cases I've been paying attention to. Delphi, Karen Reed, Treehouse Murder. I'm really curious to see how that one's going to end up. It should wrap up hopefully this week. A lot of people. I wonder how'd the poll do? What do we got here?
I mean, yeah, people are like, well, Innocence Project, are they doing this for money, publicity?
87?
I mean,
yeah,
it is a
87%
high-profile
think he's guilty.
case. It's a high-profile case.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I mean, again, there's even when I watched it, I mean, because the thing is like the circumstances are so shocking. You want justice too. You know what I mean? Like when you hear about how she was found and the fact that she was pregnant, all of these things are just like you want justice and you want it swift. And there's that factor that it's usually the husband. And did he have motive? Possibly, probably. I mean, sure, that stuff is there, but the the burglarized house, man, that bugs me.
Yeah, that one is
Bugs
very
me.
suspicious. Okay, sorry, Denise Huskins. Yes, I had a brain fart. Yes, The American Nightmare. I did watch that. That was crazy.
Crazy.
That was an insane. I
it
didn't
too.
even know about the real life Gone Girl situation at
I
all.
didn't either. And you
So
can tell that Gone Girl, the movie, was inspired by Scott Peterson, Lacey Peterson. You could absolutely tell that it was inspired by, not based on, because it's fiction, but you know, Ben Affleck was just looking like Scott Peterson, and it was just yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he had new charges. Burden follows that one pretty
Oh
close.
yeah. Alec Baldwin is being indicted by a grand jury
I
again
didn't know that.
for the Rust thing. I mean, I'm not going to get into that. I have opinions, but I'm not going to bring those to this channel.
It's very shocking to me that in, you know, this day and age that they wouldn't have caught that. And I honestly don't even know why they would have real bullets on a set anyway, but I haven't dug super deep into that one, but Burden has, so definitely check out Burden for that.
Well, a lot of sets use prop guns, but a lot of movies want that realism, and then you just use blanks. I've actually I've fired blanks through a AK-47 once before. It's I mean, I get it. You know, I fired like live rounds, not through an AK, but I fired live rounds before, and they are you know, I get when you're trying to make a movie, a realistic movie, you know, but there's procedure involved.
Yeah.
And anybody, the bottom line, it boils down to this. If you're going to handle a real gun that is capable of firing real bullets, you should have, first of all, trigger discipline. You never point it at anybody. Doesn't matter what the setting is. You never point a real gun, loaded or unloaded, at anybody. You never keep your finger in the trigger well, loaded or unloaded. There's all these things that any responsible gun owner will apply when handling a gun. And the fact is Alec Baldwin did not apply those things. The person, in my opinion, the person holding the gun is responsible for what happens with that gun. So
that is going to be something else. I'm curious as where they're going to go with that.
I wasn't gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into the other stuff that I didn't actually discuss what I wasn't gonna bring up.
Jacob thinks he should be charged. I was trying to see if Burden had a comment on it.
I don't. Yeah, I can't disagree with her on that. I mean, you bottom line is, if I'm holding
gun safety and didn't practice it, yeah.
Yeah, if I'm holding a gun, I can't imagine that happening simply because there are these procedures that a responsible gun owner or gun handler will apply to ensure things like that don't happen.
Oh, Granny, I didn't know that there was a call from one of the guys that broke into the house across the street, and he stated that they took the life of a woman that day. Interesting.
But see,
yeah, go ahead.
Everything that I just said, though, it doesn't necessarily apply on a movie set, because obviously if you're trying to promote the realism, you're going to have to point that gun at somebody. But at the same time, if you're going to make that argument, which I'm even making that argument, you have to point the gun at somebody. You have to, you know, but you have to make sure you can't, if you're holding the gun and you're about to point that at somebody for the sake of shooting a movie, I mean, you have to make sure that the rounds in it are not live, or there are no rounds in it, or whatever. It is up to the gun handler to make sure that that gun is safe. So Alec Baldwin, in my opinion, is absolutely accountable.
Interesting. That one's gonna be something. We'll have to see. I think if he's against, like, he's big on gun laws and stuff. Is that what I'm reading here? Like,
he's a really like woke left Democrat.
867, your devices are not connected, hon. It says your devices are not connected. I don't know if she can hear me. They are taught not to point directly per safety rules on set. Right. So why did he point it directly at her, I wonder?
Right.
Huh. Then what are the armors for? There you are. Are you there with us?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep, now we can. Sorry,
Okay.
your devices weren't connected earlier, but we can hear you.
I know my devices are regularly not connected, it seems.
Same.
So I actually have something to say about this. I'm friends with a lot of film people, you know,
Yes.
and I've worked on a lot of films, like not on the set particularly, but with
side by side with it.
Yeah, with the different departments, consulting and that kind of thing. So here's the thing about that situation. It's I've talked to so many people about it because when it happened, it was like such a huge deal within that community, you know, and a huge deal because of the things that were happening on the set in general.
Right.
So here's one thing that's absolutely standard with like props department, art department, that kind of thing. It's not the actor's job whatsoever to check the gun. However, you do go to a class and you know, most actors will check, you know, look at the gun and check it. But in terms of like putting the bullets in terms of handling the gun on and off set, like the actor doesn't they're not even allowed to touch the gun unless they are in the scene. It's like part of the protocol. So there's, you know, the person, they have a specific person that's a firearms person, and that person has to do everything. And they're so strict about that kind of thing because of the liability, of course, like something like this happens, you know?
Right.
So what happened?
And that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So even like, that's the case with any of the props. They're not allowed to really touch anything unless they're shooting that particular scene, you know. But specifically firearms, they have one designated person, and that person doesn't do anything other than take care of that gun situation. So sorry about that. Did you hear that ding? Sorry.
Yeah, we heard it, but it's okay.
Stop texting me. Anyway,
I've had that happen a lot.
Of course, right this second. But here's the thing that happened on the set. So a lot of times in films, there's always this struggle between the producers and the different departments. Okay. Producers want to cut, they want their budgets to be, of course, low all the time, you know. In this particular film, this wasn't like a huge blockbuster. Okay. So they didn't have, it's not that they were like short on funds or whatever, but they were cutting a lot of things. So I know someone that worked who was like the costume designer and some of the people that were on that crew. And what they told me was that there was like such turmoil between the union and the producers because they sometimes like, so here's the thing. If the film is like shooting, let's say, for a certain distance away, they have to put people up in hotels. But they were cutting that out. So people were driving back to the hotels in Albuquerque, like totally exhausted at god awful hours. There's a certain time frame that they are allowed to work. And then And if they work longer, then they have to put them up in hotels. Well, they were like cutting or, ending the shoot like literally like 4 minutes before that cutoff time. So they didn't have to put people up. So there was a lot of like exhausted and angry people and they couldn't
Overworked.
Yes, overworked. And also they had cut a lot of corners in terms of the different departments and the staff, the different workers that are on that. So this specific thing that happened was that the person that did the firearms, the trained person, they didn't have that person. They couldn't afford that person. So they got like, I think there was a daughter or something like that, and who had never done that job before. It's like their first time doing that job of handling the firearm. There was also on that specific set, what I've heard from people that worked on the film, geez, stop texting me, Sarah. Seriously, she's just texting like one word each time. Anyway, so on that particular thing, people were playing with the guns. How do I even turn this off? People were playing with the guns. They had taken it to a shooting range outside of the film. Like the gun is never allowed to like leave that specific person's possession. So like when
they're in charge with it completely.
They're so in charge of it. So no one else is allowed to touch the thing. They lock it up at the end of the night, that kind of thing. Somehow this gun was being used on an off day, like on the weekend. They have one day off every week, And so somebody was using that gun off of the set, like there was all kinds of really messed up things that were happening. But I think stop, geez.
If it's an iPhone, there's a switch on the side, on the top left, that if you just switch it down.
I'm using my phone, but it's going to my computer as well is the problem.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sorry. And I don't know how to turn it off. Hopefully she's gotten all of her one words out. But anyway, so there was there were a lot of things that were not, it's like a perfect storm. You know what I mean? And I've heard, and I'm pretty sure this is out there, that actually the different department heads had left. They walked off because of the conditions, like
because of the way that everybody was being treated and all of that. They decided to. So was it like a strike, or they just decided to leave?
It's not like a strike. It's like they left. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It's kind of like a strike, but not a strike. It's not like they're picketing and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like in that
a walkout or a walk off.
Yes. So then they had other people that were not union come in.
Okay.
And
half of the
sounds like a lot of passing the buck, though. Like
absolutely. So as much as I don't like Alec Baldwin as a human being,
right.
This is not his fault. You know what I mean?
You don't think it's his?
Well, I think he's accountable, though, in the sense, like, I don't think he deliberately should be charged with murder. He's being charged with what? Involuntary manslaughter?
That fits,
Right. See, I think that's fair only because of the fact that it doesn't matter. Like, if you're holding a gun in your hand, it's a deadly weapon. I understand somebody else's job as a roadie, and
not even that. Like
you see what I'm saying? Like if
I understand,
we're talking about Guns N' Roses is playing this huge, massive stadium, right? Which I just the name out of a hat, right? Somebody's job is to make sure that Slash's guitar is in tune, and if it's out of tune, that person is absolutely responsible.
Okay,
when we're talking about a weapon that can kill someone.
Mm-hmm. That's why they're not allowed to touch it. So back to your thing about Guns N' Roses. Let's say the lights at a Guns N' Roses concert explodes. The members of Guns N' Roses are just on the stage. At no point are they back in the lighting booth, or are they setting up the lights?
Yeah,
but see, I agree with you. But if okay, so what Yep is saying is that he wasn't just an actor on the set; it was his entire production.
Was he executive producer? I'm pretty sure he was executive producer, which is not actually his production. Which they do that with the big name actors in order to it's like an extra kickback. So on the back end, they get a percentage of the proceeds, or not the proceeds, but the, you know, the profit from the film. So
Yeah,
like
that's
one of
not
my,
a fair comparison, I don't think, though. I
what
mean,
is it?
he's holding a gun.
Oh no, I'm talking about executive producer. Back to Yep's comment. Sorry.
No, when you were talking about the lights at a show, I'm still on that. Like,
Yeah, but I understand that it's not the same caliber, but see, do you understand what I'm saying? Like Guns N' Roses, Axl Rose is not allowed to go back and mess with the lights. You know what I mean? So
Right.
okay, but I'm saying the lights you can't compare because the lights aren't a deadly weapon that you
I
hold in your
understand, but they could be. What if
Shoot.
they exploded and
No. We're talking about
pyrotechnics.
We're talking about a weapon that is designed to kill someone, and if you're holding it in your hand and you're pointing it at somebody, you should know that it is capable of killing someone.
Absolutely.
All you have to do to ensure that it doesn't is not keep your finger in the trigger well unless you're filming, and make sure that there are no live rounds in the gun yourself. That is your
responsibility. They're not allowed to even do that. That's the thing. They're not allowed to even do that. The person that is in charge of the firearms, that one person that is, and I forgot the name, the actual technical name of it. They are the only ones that's allowed to even open the thing, you know, open the barrel up and that kind of thing.
See, that's insane.
Well,
like, because
I prevent this kind of thing from happening because of the, you know, the quality or the, you know, the expertise of the person that is the armory, you know.
I wouldn't even touch it if I was an actor.
Well, that's not your choice. Like, he doesn't have a choice whether he can open it or not.
It's absolutely my choice. You are not going to tell me that I can't hold a gun in my hand and make sure that it's safe.
Well, then you're 100% liable if you're allowed to look in the barrel.
I'm liable anyway. Look at it. Look at them now.
I understand. That's what the problem is, though. So, in my opinion, there is an overall issue that needs to, you know, and it's not going to be reformed anytime soon. But there's like an organizational problem throughout every film between like the different departments and production. So there needs
to
be,
a production company can't dictate me being a human being who values life. They can't dictate that. That's not a production company.
To explain it to you because that is the production company, and I mean there are like it's in the union guidelines that you cannot. They're not allowed to touch the thing. So even the actors union that says it.
Which is so. I'm just reading through here. The safety coordinator, he pled no contest to unsafe handling. Is he the one that handed it to? Or no, it was someone else that handed it to him. Oh, the weapons supervisor is the one who handed it to.
It's like an armory.
Yeah, no union, no production company is ever going to put on paper and dictate to me how I deal with handling human life. How I deal with respect for human life.
I understand. Yep, that's not true. Actually, the union guidelines do not say that. They are encouraged to take the weapons handling courses, but when it comes to actually like physically opening the barrel and, you know, messing around in there, they are not allowed to do that. And I understand where you're coming from as well, Clara, that you, as let's say,
I'm not saying other people aren't accountable too. That's not what I'm saying.
What I'm telling you is like this is what they signed. They're signing a contract saying they're not going to do this. So why are they being held? Why is he being held accountable?
What does that mean to me as a juror in that case? What does that mean to me? It means nothing to me as a juror.
So wait, what did you say? 6'7"? He signed what now specifically? That they're not going to be held accountable?
Well, I'm not sure what his contract is. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you what I have learned, and from what I know. Okay, so from talking to. I have a lot of friends that are like, you know, department heads, that kind of thing.
Right.
But I even know from in the costumes part of it. Okay. So that's totally different. When you sign your contracts, you know what I mean? For that kind of stuff. Like the actors were not even allowed to touch some of the clothing that we had. You know what I mean? That I was,
gotcha.
Clothing that it depends on what is in there, but I can't imagine that would be the case.
So it's almost like even almost like a, an investigation or whatnot. There's a chain of custody or something.
Yes.
So like they're not allowed to touch these things or that things is what you're saying.
My God, that is the most irresponsible thing I've ever heard in my life.
What? Well,
What?
Why?
Because
That they're not allowed to touch stuff?
well, no, that you're saying that if there's a chain of custody with that gun, and everyone else is or someone else is accountable other than the person who's actually supposed to fire the gun in front of a camera. I mean, that's insane to me.
Well, there is a handler of it. The handler, the
But the
armor,
handler's
all
not the
that.
one-
Yeah, they have to.
The handler's not the one being paid to point it at somebody and pull the trigger, are they?
Right, but what 867 is trying to lay out here is that so this gun comes on set, or guns or whatever it is, and there are only specific people that are supposed to handle it or even touch it. It's not like the mic guy can go up and touch the gun. Alec obviously had the right to touch that, though, right? Because he is the actor, so he has the right to hold it and handle it.
That's great in a civil issue, but the fact is like I said, if I'm a juror, I don't want to hear anything about contracts and who's supposed to touch what and who's not. If I'm trying at Alec Baldwin, I'm going to be like, well, you had the gun in your hand. Did they not give you a training course on gun safety?
They have an option to take that training course or not take that training course. It's encouraged listen, it's encouraged that they do. It's encouraged that they do take that training course. And what Yep is saying about, he handled it. No, the only person that's allowed to hand him the gun is the armor master or the weapons master.
But he still handled the gun, is the point. Did he not? Because he still has to handle the gun. He has to handle the gun. I mean, in order to film the scene, he has to handle the gun.
It's not that black and white, though.
Right, it'll come down to whose responsibility it was.
Tell that to a member.
Listen, Claire, I get it. Tell that to the family member. I totally get it, but it's more of a larger picture than that. It's much less black and white. I don't know why she's texting me.
That's okay.
I'm just gonna go because
in
a civil case, I agree with you. In a civil case, I would agree with you on that. I'm saying Alec Baldwin is criminally responsible in the sense that he's accountable because he had a firearm, a real one, in his hand that he knew was a real firearm, pointed it at somebody and shot without making sure that the gun was safe himself.
So he was okay. So the armor master or the weapons master
is also accountable.
Checks the gun, does all of that stuff, hands it to Alec Baldwin. Like that person is a female, I think. Whoever that person is, hands it to Alec Baldwin to shoot. Okay. So that is that person's job. That is their one sole. That's the only thing they do is hand the gun to the person, take it back, put it in the locked, whatever it is that it comes in, check the bullets, all that stuff. If it's kind of like what you said, okay? So let's say Slash's guitar is actually a deadly weapon. It's a I don't know. It's an exploding thing. If the person that hands him it gives it to him, his job is to just play it. Is he at fault then when it blows up and kills everybody?
If it's an explosive, yeah, for sure. I mean,
if he's aware of that, if he's aware that it could,
if it's designed to explode, sure,
take a life.
Should the pyrotechnics people be?
Well, I kind of
be in trouble if the pyrotechnics go haywire and
pyrotechnics are not designed to kill people.
I kind of agree with what Bieber's saying here. It'd be no different than somebody carrying commercial equipment on the road and like a over-the-road truck driver with a CDL and they have an accident. If they didn't do a walkthrough and their equipment was faulty and say they had, oh my gosh, what's that Final Destination with the logs that come off? Should they then be held responsible?
It's on the
because
driver.
They didn't do the proper procedure of securing their equipment or checking.
Right. Because I mean,
so I think if you break it down to the base of what it is one individual, take his name out of it, individual A did not properly check the equipment and that cost somebody their life?
I mean, the driver himself, his safety's at risk too. Alec Baldwin's own safety is at risk by handling the gun and just trusting it. So, I mean, this is where the manslaughter, the involuntary manslaughter charge comes in versus murder. Of course, he didn't intend to kill anybody. He didn't go in there thinking he was going to kill anybody. This is somebody that he liked and he cared about. But the bottom line is he pointed something that is designed to kill someone if you pointed at them without checking its safety first. He should have done that. That's on him to not take the safety classes that were optional. But I think in a civil case, I would say that the union or the production company, whoever's responsible for that clause saying that it's optional, should be held accountable too. But in a criminal case, I think that boils down to Alec Baldwin's ability as a man to be able to look at a gun, open it, look at it, make sure that it's safe before he points at it and pulls the trigger. That's all.
Should they not both be held
Oh,
responsible to some
absolutely.
degree? Kind of like perfectly saying here, so the protocol wasn't followed. So the
Right.
person in charge of the protocol is responsible, but should they not both be responsible?
That's the question. But like Yep is
know?
saying, the armor wasn't even the one handling the gun, handing the gun off. Well, that's a procedural problem. That's
Right.
the
That's a
only
big
person that is allowed
problem.
touching that
Yeah.
gun. That's
Right.
their one sole purpose on the set. Like they don't do anything other than that.
Right.
So if they didn't hand it to him, then that's even a larger issue than that. So
I
where
don't
does
think
that
it's a
fall?
larger issue, but I think that person is accountable as well.
Well,
I
when I
agree
say
with
a larger issue, what I know from, my people is, and it's a huge big deal, is, this is something that has been going on for the things that are the rules that are stretched, or the things that are totally stretched out of proportion, like the thing about like the driving back to the hotel and driving around, all of that kind of stuff, the little things that they're stretching the rules on.
Mhm.
They're stretching the rules on the big things as well. And how does that stop? That's the bigger issue that I'm talking about, is like
But are you saying, I get what you're saying, Ape, that like this is a much bigger issue, but are you saying that he should not be held accountable? Or are you just saying that the higher up person should be?
I feel that I don't think he should be held accountable for it, because that
Okay.
one job is to do this. You know what I mean? And the
Mhm.
armor's one job is to give it to him. And it kind of goes along with what that person was saying about the truck and the logs, it is kind of like that. So it's kind of gray. I'm not sure.
I disagree. I think it's pretty black and white. I mean, when it comes to someone's life,
you feel that way.
Right.
I mean,
well, and are you putting emotion behind that? Because like you're looking at it one way, she's looking at it another. She's looking at it, I feel like, a little more analytically. I'm looking at it kind of similar to you, as like he took a person's life. Like I don't care about the higher up person. Like
no, I'm also
he
thinking
should have
about
looked
it.
and seen. Yeah.
I guess where I'm coming from, it's not his responsibility. It, as much as it is, like you said, a deadly weapon, and he is pointing it at someone.
Mhm.
From his understanding, it is a prop for
when
his job.
when I went to go shooting,
It's totally different, though.
No, it is different, because I'm not, and I'll make this point. Like you'll see what I mean. When I went to go shooting at a range in a environment that was designed to actually fire live rounds. Okay. Now what I did was I still was like, I didn't go alone. I made sure I was with an experienced gun handler and shooter. And soon as I picked up the gun, they were like, whoa, 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 whoa. Before you do anything, let me show you. This is what you do. This is what you do. Never keep your finger in the trigger well, blah, 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 blah. And then all of that made sense. And I was like, yeah, okay. Because I was anxious. I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. And I didn't really think about it right away. As soon as that person did that, I was like, whoa, okay. It all made sense. So now, me being that nervous to handle a gun, and every time since that time that I've gone and either picked up a gun or been to somebody's house and they were like, yo, have you seen my new gun? They, of course, right in front of me will take the magazine out. They'll take the one out of the chamber. They'll hand it to me. And even still, I do not put my finger in the trigger well.
Well,
That's
you're
called,
taught to not. I mean, that's the
that's
very
what I,
first thing you're taught. If you are a responsible gun owner, you never point it at anyone, loaded or not.
but that's my
And
point.
there's no need to even put your finger anywhere near the
That's
trigger.
that's my point, though, is no Alec Baldwin, knowing that this gun is capable of what it's capable of, being an advocate against guns, by the way, absolutely understood the dangers of handling that gun without checking it himself. That's why he's accountable. It's not like it was a fake gun. It was a real gun. He knew it was a real gun, and he should have absolutely practiced this discipline, especially if he's somebody who's an advocate against the dangers that guns carry.
I see 8's side to it as well. I think that this is going to be heavily debated amongst people.
So-
Riddler, do you have a little input on it? You hopped up here, hon?
Yes, thank you for having me up here.
Uh-huh.
I also volunteer as a range officer
Okay.
on a shooting range.
Great insight.
And we work with safety as well. You have to go through a class before you can go out on the range and fire. Now, couple things here. Whether it's the state or the federal, they enforce law, not feelings. Hold up. They don't enforce feelings. They don't enforce
intention.
They don't enforce policies, guidelines. They enforce the law. Once you put a firearm in your possession, you are in charge of where that bullet goes.
Yep.
Can I say one thing first? So I just got a different text, not the girl. I texted her. She is a props master. Like, she sets everything up for the props for huge films. The weapons master is required to be on set whenever the weapon is being used. It is the guidelines of the Actors Equity Association, as well as union guidelines. Before each use, it has to be test fired off stage. And that is part of the protocol. So if the prop master checks all cylinders to make sure that there's no foreign objects or dummy bullets that have been lodged inside, and the armorer is the specialist. They are the one person, they are the specialist on set. So what I'm saying is there were a lot of protocols that were not met. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I understand what you're saying about, these guidelines, these laws of working on a range, but there are other things that come to play when you're working on a film set. And in terms of like him firing the gun being pointed at the cinematographer, that's pretty normal that they will point a gun at the camera. You know what I mean? And there's an actor or a person behind.
Sure.
So I understand what you're saying about number one rules, you don't point it at somebody, but that this is like.
Yeah, in the movies, that goes out the window. Yeah, I was just making that point to Chronicles in the chat.
A lot of things
my point is
out the window because, and you know what I mean, because it is a movie.
You should
set.
still, but
he's under the impression it's a fake gun. You know what I mean?
No, he's not. He's under the impression that it's a real gun. Now, it's what I'm saying here, though, and what Riddler is trying to say, though, at least I think so, is the fact that once you have this gun in your hand, and especially if you are pointing it at somebody under the special circumstances of trying to create realism in a movie, you have to point it at somebody. There's no way around that. But those rules and that trigger discipline and gun handling discipline should be applied double or triple under those circumstances.
And they could be. You're absolutely right, which goes back to what I'm saying. On these kinds of productions, there is this understanding to like get it done fast, to speed it up, because time literally
right.
So a lot of things become relaxed. So that's why I'm saying like
there's a bigger problem. I get it.
There's a bigger problem, and yes, I'm not saying he's like in the clear. Involuntary manslaughter, when you kill someone with your car, that kind of thing. Like it's kind of the same.
So you're thinking the charge should be different than what he has received.
I don't know.
Or did he receive? I don't know. Riddler, I'd like to hear what you had to say, the rest of what you were going to explain to us.
Okay. You got federal agencies involved in this. They didn't come there to see the props. They didn't come there to read your guidelines. They didn't come there to read your union policies.
Involuntary.
When you put a firearm in your hand, you have now involved the ATF, the FBI, and your local or state
Yeah.
law enforcement. They have strict guidelines and rules of what you can do with a firearm. And anytime you fire a weapon, we catch people doing this all the time. They want to put the wrong ammo in the wrong firearm, and that will cause an explosion inside of the
it's not good.
firearm, and it'll take your parts of your finger or hand maybe off.
Mm-hmm.
A blank, there's so much force coming out of a barrel that a blank held up to your skin will blow a hole in you.
That's why they have like an armor expert.
Right. So now, as far as Alec Baldwin, I do not think he premeditated this.
No.
It's they're they better start rewriting. They better start rewriting their guidelines.
Right. Yeah.
I agree with you.
And when someone hands me a firearm, I don't care what it is. They go, "Hey, you come on over here. Really, I want you to shoot this. See how it don't even kick. Watch this." I'm going to open it up and check the rounds in it, because I don't want this thing to go off in my hand. There's so much power in it. But once you fire a pistol, a rifle, a shotgun, you're responsible for where that bullet ends up.
Yeah.
I understand. So I'm not saying that the rules on a set like override the rules in like, above everything else. It's not
your
what
personal responsibility should be taken into
right.
account.
But that's why you've got the FBI now involved in this case.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't come there and say Humpty Dumpty. They got invited to the case. They could have came anyway. So can ATF.
Right.
And it's going to cause Hollywood, hopefully, to reevaluate everything they're doing with these firearms. We know Brandon Lee, and there might have been others that it's happened to.
It sucks that somebody had to lose their life over it. I actually have to jump off. 867. It was actually.
Thanks for hopping up.
We're actually in agreement. 867.
Not in agreement.
Whether or not we're in agreement on everything other than Alec Baldwin being responsible. But
here's where he is responsible, in my opinion. So, executive producer is just a title, but if he were
he was a co-producer, by the way. I looked at
just an executive producer, a co-producer. Then he should be aware of everything that goes on in the set and on the set. You know what I mean? Which does make him responsible for the things that were not that were like
done improperly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in that sense, he should be responsible because he is a producer, and his job is as a producer is to know everything that's going on and to make sure that, all of the protocol, everything is being met and it's not lax. You know what I mean? So in that sense, I can see that, but I don't know. It's pretty.
Yeah. Let me just ask you this one question before I jump off. Let me ask you this one question.
Don't have an answer though.
You probably won't. I mean, you might not, but let's just say hypothetically, you and I are in a social setting. Say we're gonna shoot guns at a range. Let's say at a range anywhere, doesn't matter. And I hand you a gun, and I go, "Hey, I want to know what it looks like from the barrel of a gun. I want to know what it looks like looking down a barrel of the gun. Go ahead and fire it at me." And there's blanks in there, and I just hand you the gun. Are you going to fire that gun at me and trust my word that it's perfectly safe to fire at me?
Me personally, I wouldn't do it just because that's freaky to me, but I wouldn't know how to check it, to be honest with you. So I can't really answer that. I would be afraid if I checked it, I would shoot myself on accident. You know what I mean?
Okay. But would you make sure,
hypothetically?
Let's just say, would you do everything you could to make sure that the gun was safe to fire before you did that?
I'm not sure of the answer to that because I wouldn't know. I can't answer it hypothetically. I'm sorry, but ask somebody else; they'll be able to answer it. But me personally, I don't know the answer to that.
I mean,
I absolutely would 110%. I think that this boils down to, I get what you're saying, 8, with there's procedures and rules, and I understand the point of view of oh, he was an actor. To him, it was just a
But
prop.
he's
But
kind of like, he doesn't.
knowing,
What if he doesn't know how to check it to see if there's blanks? You know what I mean?
but
Like,
I feel like with what we do know about him, he does.
He
And
should.
just knowing that he was, part of the production team, whether he owned it or was just a co-producer, whatever, feels like he had a lot more weight, a lot more responsibility in the matter. And I just feel like if we're going to handle guns, real or prop ones, we should definitely do our due diligence all the way
Right.
through. Even if it's a prop, I would think it would just be like ingrained in your system to automatic, or maybe that's just me from handling
Right.
guns my whole life. Like
I mean,
just
your
automatic,
answer,
you do this.
your answer
So
was no, you would not fire
yeah.
that gun at me, right? Because
No.
you couldn't make sure that it was safe yourself. You said yourself, I wouldn't know how to check it.
yeah,
So
exactly.
you would not fire that gun at me. So therefore, you're in agreement with the rest of us in the sense that Alec Baldwin,
Mhm.
Alec Baldwin was capable of checking the gun, and he didn't, and therefore he fired the gun anyway.
I think also the point where the court is at now is whether he pulled the trigger or not. Alex Baldwin is claiming it went off.
He is, yes. That was
And
something I had just read, was the trigger pull.
right. And every gun expert I've watched on YouTube shows that that weapon will not fire unless you pull the trigger. And now the FBI is saying that. So that's where we're at with that. His hand could have got twitchy, could have touched it. I feel sorry for he's in that position that somebody put a live round in there. See, I don't think he went and put live rounds in there to get rid of it.
Of course not. Yeah.
Right. But somebody on that set should be held for, I don't know if y'all can say, red rum's what I'll say. Some channels have problems.
You can say whatever, all the words here. I don't care.
Okay. Some channels, somebody put that in there to set him up, a real round.
You think he was set up?
Yep.
I don't think so.
I
think
how does a real bullet get put in that?
Because they took it off the set and were like,
I mean, yeah, there's a million scenarios where
right. They went out firing the day before with it,
but also
they
the
brought
safety
it back.
protocol of like not firing a test round prior to handing the gun over. That was overlooked.
Somebody had to load that pistol and hand it to
the
him.
armor, like the.
So who loaded it? They're supposed to be the expert. That's their job.
Their only job is to hand. No one else is allowed to handle.
Think of it as a doctor, and he's got an anesthesiologist working with him. One's doing one part, one's doing the other part. Whoever loaded that pistol up knew what they were doing.
And apparently, my friend is texting me that there were not safety meetings that were even held. So
that's
that
crazy.
was all on Alec Baldwin, the producer, as well. You know? So that's what she's texting me, is that there were no safety meetings that were even involved in this.
Hey,
and the director is not supposed to grab it and hand it. That's what I'm talking about, like the oversight that's happening on the set. The armor is the only, like, no one else is supposed to touch the gun, not even nobody other than the armor handing it to the actor handing it back to the armor.
All right, I gotta go. Thanks, 8.
Thanks for hopping up.
Claire, thank you. It's great to see you again,
Claire.
Have a good one.
Nice talking to you guys.
Well, it's a sad situation.
It's awful
for all involved. It is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a big Alex Baldwin fan, but I don't know if he's at fault. I know he's responsible for where that bullet goes.
Well, that would be my question.
By law, but what will a jury? That's going to be the different part. A jury may show sympathy. Well, this guy's a star, or they just may say, "There's no way he could. It's not his fault."
They might want to make an example out of him.
Right. Where's it being held at? New Mexico or Arizona, or where was this that happened?
New Mexico.
Yeah, New Mexico. Yeah, that's where a lot of the filming is.
Yes.
So I don't want to get involved in politics. I think he'll be all right. I think he'll get out of it.
I'm curious though why they were even using a prop gun for target practice. Were they just trying to see if it was working?
Knows. Like, that's
okay, no idea.
That was really lax. There was a lot of and unfortunately a lot of sex sets are lax like that, and it's a huge problem.
It is. I struggle with why he even pointed it at her to begin with, though. Like, what was
because they pointed at the camera. She's behind the camera. You know what I mean? I understand. Like, they shouldn't be that's, I mean, it's awful, you know, but how
I
many
mean, could
movies have
you?
you seen where
Yeah.
the barrel of a gun is, you know, staring
Straight down the camera. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just like a cinematographer choice, I guess, you know.
They
But
were yep, said it was a fun time. They were all drinking and
yeah,
loud music was reported with the practice, the target practice the day before.
And see,
Oh,
alcohol and
man.
firearms don't go together.
No, absolutely not.
So I'm just saying that I love firearms, but there's a place you have to treat them very
I
carefully
agree.
and properly. There's a
Mhm.
place and purpose for them, and you have to show every due diligence of gun safety. I don't care if they're sitting inside your
I agree.
closet or in a drawer or in a safe. You got to show every diligence of gun safety, and that you try to do everything you could to prevent that firearm from being stolen
Mhm.
or being used by someone unauthorized.
That's
Mhm.
exactly, you know, why they have this like armor master, the armor on set, that
Mhm.
their only
Right.
job is to do that, to make sure that it's safe, to make sure, you know, no one else touches the gun at all. You know what I mean? And this
Right.
wasn't done right, you know? And I don't know why. I've heard that the person that was hired was not trained properly, where they were not experienced. It was like uh I want to say, and I texted her this, I want to say that that was just somebody that was brought on because, you know, the main people walked off, you know,
Mm.
because of the issues with production.
It sounds like a cascade of events that
Yeah,
they could have prevented, though. So
absolutely.
somebody has to be held accountable for the loss of this life.
And the problem is, like, until something like this, this has happened so many times. Not someone getting shot, but you know what I mean. The prop gun not being handled properly. All these things have happened. Just no horrible accident has happened. So it's not like they were just operating like they usually do. I'm sure. Do you know what I mean? Or other
Mhm.
films have operated. Obviously, this stuff with this prop master and the
Oh, they're saying she was there from the beginning. I don't know,
I don't know. I know
which it
nothing about
is.
that. I'm just saying, like, this is just,
Mhm.
I've heard that person was not very experienced. I heard that her father was. Now, again, like, this is like, I don't know this for a fact, so I'm just saying it. This is just something that I remember being said, was like, I think her father was like a super experienced or a super experienced armor master or whatever, and then she was, that's his daughter or something. I don't know. Something like that. So I shouldn't even said anything about that. I don't know the facts on that
Was
one.
this I wonder if this was, like, her first job or
I don't
first
think it was her
gig?
job.
No?
I
Well,
don't think.
and she's being charged as well, so I definitely, um, think that they're both responsible.
Oh yeah. I can
I mean, it took a life. It took a life, and I don't know how it's gonna go in court for him.
Yeah, who
knowing the
knows?
way things typically go, he'll probably won't be charged with anything, but
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
Well,
see.
see,
I
I
don't.
grew up in the cowboy era
Mhm.
when guys like Randolph Scott, guys like Audie Murphy, the Gunsmoke, all these cowboy movies, and we never heard of anyone getting shot
Mm,
on set.
that's true.
And
I wonder how
what
many
has happened?
accidents there've been.
Right, I'd like to know that too. But what has happened between then and now? Why has it became so sloppy? Why
Because
is
of
there negligence?
cutting costs, money, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, to me, it just seems like a chain of errors, and it's hard to pinpoint where that chain starts and if that beginning of the chain should be blamed or the end of the chain should be blamed.
Well, see, we got a lot of people writing guidelines, policies, rules, even laws. They have no experience in that area, and so they don't understand the consequences. And that's why they need to get experts in. Anytime you write these things, to make sure we got all of our bases covered, and more than anything, safety. I tell that to people out there at the gun range all the time. I don't care if you don't hit the first target. I want you to be safe so I can return you back home to your family the way you came.
There have been 43 fatalities on American film sets since 1990. Okay, that just says fatalities. Oh, because of no, that's just from stunts. Sorry, I thought it said from guns.
So apparently what she just texted me was that there was there was a safety issue with the gun 5 days prior. There were 2 accidental discharges of blank rounds 5 days prior to that happening, and there was like nothing done about it. You know what I mean? And contaminated box of like dummy bullets, that kind of thing. Yeah, this is, again, to me, I see it as a long chain of events, of mistakes. So do you choose, is the person at the beginning of the chain at blame, or is it the person at the end of the chain, or is it everyone on the chain that's involved? That's just my opinion.
That's
Anyway.
a good question.
Yeah.
I think that, I don't know. I think they're both responsible. They both had a responsibility to the duty of their own part, of each part of it. So I get that, like, if the person ahead of Alec would have done their job, they would have never handed him a loaded gun. However, I still think that he should have taken the time to check. That's just my opinion. I can't find guns. I've just seen that 43 have died on set. I can't find, like, by guns, though. That's something interesting to look for, though.
Yeah, that would be good research.
Everyone in the chain. I agree, Jacob. I mean, it's not just it's not an accident. Like, it's not just an accident. It was their life.
I agree.
So, but
I'm gonna jump down though, but
well, thank you.
I
appreciate your insight.
Yeah, no problem. I wasn't trying to be combative or anything like that, because I don't know.
I don't think you were.
You know what I've noticed about myself in true crime recently? I have a really hard time choosing a side. So earlier you were talking about, how it's become this kind of gladiator death to the, you know what I mean? Like they're fighting each other like teams. I feel like since I've noticed that being the case, like in the last like 5 years or so, not even the last 5, from watching true crime, really paying attention to things on the internet for around 5 years, I'd say in the last 2.5 years, maybe half of that time, I've seen it become really, really like that, like
divisive.
Yes, like Gladiator Clue, like the game of Clue, people treating it like the game of Clue, but it's like Squid Game's Clue,
Yeah.
And that has,
that's a good analogy, actually. Yeah.
So for me, it's caused, what I've noticed in myself is that I've taken a huge step back from being able to choose black or, one opinion. Like I cannot stand, I personally cannot be like, this person is guilty. I just know it. I can't do it anymore. I don't know.
Right.
It's hard for me to.
Well, I think a lot of times we take a situation and we look at it on its face. And just using Brian Koberger as an example, we see 4 kids murdered in their home at college, and we're told this guy's guilty. So our initial emotional reaction is, okay, he's guilty, and so we're instantly on that train of thought. We haven't even taken the time to consider what led up to that, look into all of it, and this is just purely an example. I do believe he's guilty, but we just a lot of times aren't taking that time to fully investigate why we feel that way, or putting all of their thoughts and feelings and emotions into it as well, to look at both sides.
And as much as people say it all the time, like we don't, this is said all the freaking time. We don't know everything that the police know. That is, we need to actually, like, that needs to sink in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I feel like people say that all the time, but they're not actually like,
they don't mean it.
Applying it,
Yeah.
it. They think that they have everything in front of them, and they're going, you know what I mean? They can figure it out from everything that's in front of them. And that's just not the case. It's just not. As much as much as we'd like it to be, it's just not. So
Right, there's so many unknowns.
yeah.
So many unknowns, and so you're basing your entire argument, and it does become an argument. That's why I picked that word, because people get so heated and like, "No, I'm right. No, you're wrong." And they literally butting heads,
Yeah.
and you're basing all of that when you only have maybe half at most of the picture. You don't have the full picture.
Yeah, and
So
yeah, exactly. So, you know how okay, you watch a lot of documentaries like myself. You know how
Yes.
there are some documentaries and you find out later that you are just convinced by what they're showing you, and then
Mhm.
you go dig into it because it's an intriguing thing, and you find out, good Lord, they left everything out of it
Right.
that would
Yeah.
even cause you to have reasonable doubt on any level.
Mhm.
But we
I
I
could
feel
take I
I
can
feel like
take any case and give you just certain pieces of it and make you feel a certain way about that
Yeah.
case, and I can do it on the other side of the aisle as well. And so obviously they do that with, documentaries.
Mhm.
Creators do it on social media as well. And I don't know if it's always done with that intent in mind, or if they're just unaware of the other facts. So I'm not gonna
Yes. I hate
lay
to say that.
blame.
I feel like it's like done intentionally. I'd hate,
Mhm.
at least on this platform, I'm not talking about in documentaries and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I'd hate to say that, but I feel like it's incredibly intentional and almost malicious in a way. It's like, you know what I mean? It's maybe malicious is not the right word, but it's like everyone wants to win so badly that they're willing to really stretch it to make that the case. So for me, in the Alec Baldwin thing, it's like, yeah, you can say all these things about whatever, but there's always going to be equal. I feel like, to me, there's equal on the other side. You know what I mean? Of
Mhm.
why it shouldn't be his fault. And unfortunately, it's hard to explain all of those things. And for me, I can't have arguments like this. You know what I mean? I can't, if I'm going to talk to someone
Right.
about something, I can't do it in an argument. I can't do it if it feels like a hostile setting, because I will just shut down. It's like,
Right.
I'm not
A
going to
lot of people do.
fight with you. You know what I mean? And so
Well,
then,
it's not worth fighting over either.
right.
It's not
And
worth being combative or argumentative about either, because in the grand scheme, who are we? Who are we
right.
to the
So
case? Who
then,
are we to the
exactly to your point, I feel like that's why
Mhm.
there's like a lot of not good YouTube right now,
Yeah.
because you don't want to fight with the masses, and the masses do dirty dog things, you know?
Mhm.
So if you, because
On
it,
both sides, that's what I was saying
sure,
earlier, like, come to find out, it wasn't just the side of good, or the side of good wasn't clean at all. They were doing shady stuff behind the scenes to make the other side look bad as well. So it's like, wait, you're both wrong then. You're both completely in the wrong.
yeah.
So it becomes very messy. And I think Cordy's right. It's very similar to politics
That's what
almost.
I was saying
Very
earlier.
similar.
When you asked that
Mhm.
question of like, when did it become this way? My thinking was, maybe it became that way when politics became that way,
Yeah.
in this the last election cycle of, I'm not talking about the last election cycle of Biden, Trump, but everything that came before that, things became
Mhm.
very, like, if you are this, I can't speak to you. Like, I can't tell you how many times I saw or heard people say, if you vote
Well,
for this person, just cut me out of your life now. Like, so many
right, all or nothing, like, that
yeah,
I thought was insane, like, "Oh, if you voted this way instead of that way, then I'm done speaking with you," like,
good
"Whoa,
lord.
we're
Yeah,
going over that?"
I don't even wanna hear your argument, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
families were divided over these things, and
Mhm.
I understand politics, that's why you don't talk about it at the dinner table, whatever they say, but for me personally, like,
Oh, we do, we bring that shit up.
right, I wanna hear about your side of things, and then maybe I don't agree with you, but I'm not gonna punch you in the face and tell you, like, cut me out of your life forever, you're
Right.
disowned from the family because you feel this way. It's like, no, I feel like
Or Or because if I don't agree with you on one situation, or like say I don't agree with Riddler on this case, I don't agree with what he had to say about Alec, that doesn't mean I'm not going to agree with what he has to say about the next case or the
Right.
next one. Like just because I don't have the same mindset on one, or my thoughts and opinions don't align on this case, it doesn't mean that case B, we're not going to line up and have the same feelings. But if we add in all of this extra hate and like, I'm done with you, we're completely over, never talking again, I'm never listening to another opinion again, well then you don't give yourself the opportunity to move on to the next
No.
case.
But
Yeah, see,
here's
I want
another
oh,
problem.
go ahead,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
okay. Well, I was going to say, if you add YouTube into this, there's these teams of creators then. So let's say for me, I don't like this creator, what they do on this case. It doesn't mean I don't like their opinion on what they do on the next one. You know what I mean? But because
Right.
of the environment that's now been created, there are a lot of people that will just go along with their creator, even though they may not agree with it. You know what I mean? They'll change their thinking. But if
They
you are
won't critically think for themselves.
right,
Yeah.
if you're going to, for me, like, I don't come into the chats too much anymore, but I will listen to it. I'll listen to pretty much everything. But what I do see from afar is like the channels are, this is one team against this team. And you can't really go over to this team, even if you agree with them on this case, because it's
Right.
a team. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's that's not helping anybody or the
No.
cases at all. And then I start to wonder, what is helping these cases? You know, is any of this helping the cases other than the awareness that's brought to it? But is negative attention helpful to the case? I don't know.
Well, like going back, you said, watching documentaries and stuff, sometimes the negative attention is absolutely not helpful. Can lead to a wrongful conviction. It can lead to a lot of negative things. Innocent witnesses being harassed. I mean, there's a lot of. They say like any attention is good attention. I don't feel that that's always the case.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I don't feel that way. I can't.
Mhm.
I will think about it though, to try to come up with some thoughts of how that would apply negative, but I can't think of any at this moment. Anyway, I'm really glad that you did this live today, and I'm
Thank you. Me too.
happy to see that you are doing it again. And I know you have a lot going on in your real life, but I really do
Yeah.
hope that you will come back. And I also hope, like I've told you before, I really did enjoy I felt like they were town hall meetings, like,
Right. Community topics.
yeah, I know it caused a lot of issues, and I feel like it's a shame that happened, but I felt like that was really helpful for everyone to be able to hear to be able to,
Different viewpoints. Yeah.
different viewpoints, and also those teams actually came together in one spot. Unfortunately, then it was, that can be good and bad, but
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've definitely gotten a lot thicker skin throughout this process.
well,
So
that's
it's been a learning process for sure.
Well, that's what
And I
I tell
appreciate
people.
it.
That's what I tell people. I'm not here to run a popularity contest.
Right.
And that I've been on jury duty before, and I've been a foreman of a jury. But that's what we really are. You want to hear all sides. You want to hear the sides, the facts. You want evidence to come in and look at it and scrutinize it, or agree with it. So, but these people that have already got Koberger, in front of the firing squad, and then there's some said there's no way he could have done it. Well, they haven't listened to everything yet, and those are people who are
Right.
dangerous. That's why they have to weed out the jury before they get there.
Well, when it was talking about politics, it made me think. I've had conversations with people on YouTube before about politics, and I'm completely against extremes. When you're an extreme right person, you're an extreme left person, I feel like you've gone way too far. And the same applies in cases when you are so extreme one direction about a person's guilt, or so extreme another, like to where you're willing to do whatever it takes to make other people believe how you believe. You've gone to the extreme, and that's too much.
Well, like you guys, you and the Glare were talking about Turtle Boy, okay? And I feel like you said it a couple times, it may have gone a little bit over the line. He may have
I
done a
feel
little.
he has from what I've seen, yeah.
Well, I feel that way as well. And then it's like anything that goes, if you take anything too far, too extreme, then you hurt your side of things for one thing.
Right.
But
You don't
also
get your point across. You get lost in the sauce, so to
your
speak. Like,
integrity, you really jeopardize your integrity. And unfortunately, if you're doing that with cases, you're jeopardizing the integrity of the case in general, meaning like, public opinion really does matter.
It does.
It's unfortunately, it shouldn't be that way. I feel like I would be great on a jury, but also really annoying on a jury. I'm glad for everybody else involved that hasn't that yet. Yeah.
Grandma always coming in with the wisdom. You're right. It's supposed to be educational and informative, not a team sport. I agree. I agree. Like I like to compile all of the facts and then form my own opinion based on all of those facts. But I can't tell you what to think or what opinion you're going to form based on the facts that I lay out for you. You might come to something completely different than me.
Yep. I don't watch very many channels anymore. You know how some news channels like we're fact based. I've been really trying to stick to. They're just giving me the facts, not a lot of speculation, not a lot of But speculation is good. Unless you get into what you were just saying, like trying to convince a person and going to all extremes to convince a person. As I think it's the Riddler said, he's not in it for a popularity contest, but you're also not in it to have your entire life be put out into the public, scrutinized, and your family to be harassed.
Right?
Exactly.
That's the extremes. Like, I'm not in it for a popularity contest. Well, does that mean you should expect to be doxxed and your family to be threatened and harassed?
No. See, real life right now. Real life right now is a mother in Gaza or Israel wondering how she's going to feed and protect her children. A family in Ukraine trying to figure out how they're going to protect and feed their children.
Yeah.
That's real world. That's real life.
I agree.
Now we got as citizens, it's our job to figure out what happened there in Moscow and all these other places that's going on, because that's where they pick the jury from. And the jury's going to decide whether he's innocent, not guilty or not guilty. That's what it's going to come down to. And I don't know what the two most important things in this trial now is going to be: what the judge allows in as evidence,
right,
and where the demographics of the jury.
But the investigation also matters, like how the thing was investigated. I'm not just saying about the Idaho 4 case. I feel like there are other things that come to play in it as well, other than those two things. Obviously, I don't know. I've been watching so many of these. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Purple 333. No, my husband wasn't in. Oops, I'm sorry. I just deleted the wrong Beaver. I didn't mean to delete your comment. My husband was not involved in that, but I'm not sure why you're asking me about that either. But no, he wasn't. Sorry, Beaver. I did not mean to delete. Beaver said hello to you, Grandma Sherry. So I apologize for that. Hit the wrong one.
But I was going to say, one of the dangers of some of these documentaries, and especially movies, they'll get 60% of the story correct.
I agree.
And people say, well, if they got that correct, they got it all correct. They got these three things right, everything else must be right. And they'll take that as the gospel.
They do that with creators too. I think it's really dangerous. They take, because this person said it, then it must be true. But as you were talking earlier, like these journalism, are YouTubers journalists? Then I don't think so. Some may be, but there is a journalistic code of ethics that journalists follow, at least news.
But do they? I mean, I don't know that they always do.
I'm saying they follow it loosely is what I'm saying.
Loosely. Yeah. Okay.
They're
I missed
supposed
that
to
part.
follow it. It's like
Yeah.
the movie sets. They're supposed to follow this. Do they? Everything
I don't know.
just depends on the journalist, I suppose. And
Mhm.
unfortunately, sensationalism sells. And as a journalist, like that
It
is
does.
currency. And you know what I mean? Like the way that you report something is how you make your money. So
But if you're I know it does. I know it absolutely does sell, and so,
sucks.
like, watching the Scott Peterson documentary that I did watch, like, you
I
could
watched
really
it
see
too.
that. Right, that they were, amping it up. They had just started the 24-hour, channels and things like that, and so they were just trying to sensationalize it more and more each time they would talk about it, and people were tuning into that over other important, topics that were happening in the news, and that's mainstream media, that's real journalism, and I think that absolutely hurt as well, so it can come from all sides.
I agree.
24-hour news. I know. Well, when you have 24-hour news, if you don't have anything newsworthy, what do? You sensationalize it, you make something up, things like that. If it bleeds, it leads. Yep.
I feel like Summer Wells' case is like 24-hour news. Like they feel like they got to talk about something at all.
I don't even know what they have to talk
There's
about
nothing
anymore.
to
Like,
talk about.
what are you even talking about? Like,
There's no solid, other than she's not where she's supposed to be, or she's not here. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know. No, people don't know where she's at. I feel like that's the only solid thing. And unfortunately, it's really hard to know who to believe. I'm not talking about creators. I'm talking about people that are involved or loosely involved in the case. Can you believe those people? So really, if you only go by what law enforcement's telling you, which is not too much other than she left at this time, she was wearing these clothes, and some of that stuff was wrong in the beginning even,
Mhm.
So it's very confusing, and maybe that's why I've had a hard time. I feel like I feel like a few years ago I was able to say, I believe this because of this. Nope, no, you're wrong about this. Now I can't do that at all. I'm like,
No, you kind of go through different life experiences where you're like, oh, wait, maybe I need to step back and look outside of me and look outside of my own personal experiences and try to, view it from their point of view or what they were going through or things like that. And it becomes harder and harder to be so extreme, to even
extremist.
want to go to that space of, I am right and you are wrong.
Oh, and the extremism when it comes to, I'm talking about these missing children cases, like this person is wonderful. This person is absolute scum of the earth, scuzz on your shoe from walking in a dumpster,
Mhm.
It's like, so this person is literally an angel. Like they are literally an angel. This person is a garbage person, like I'm not talking about anything in particular, but the extremes are so obvious, and it just gets worse and worse and worse, and the bottom, the ground just keeps falling, keeps going lower.
Well,
Unfortunately,
that's why I struggle with, I don't think I'll ever be, I applaud the good creators that are able to go live like Burden does and handle things when they're fresh and new, because for me, I gotta dig in and completely understand it before I want to talk about it. And so I'll never be that creator who's like, live the moment something's being exposed or talked about or happening. I shouldn't say never. You should never say never, actually, but I just feel like, wait, there's a lot more to it. I wanna look into it. I wanna look at the sides. I wanna see what led up to it, what happened afterwards, who's involved, who's not involved, and so I do give props to those that are able to, handle it immediately and just kinda roll with it and change as it goes along, but for me, I feel like, "Oh, I might be putting the wrong information out there if I do it that way."
that's why. But here's the thing: can you think of a creator, and maybe my horizon of creators is quite shallow or whatever, but it's like I can think of a creator that will explore both sides equally, and not just go with what the audience wants them to go with.
I think Criminality does a really good job on the Delphi case, exploring both sides.
I forgot about Criminality, and she did so well with the Murdoch trial as well. Like
I
exploring.
didn't watch the Murdoch through her, but I bet she did.
It was good.
I know there's more out there too. You just have to be willing to look at all sides of it, right?
You think Murdoch's going to get a new trial?
I do. Well, okay.
I want to look a little bit more into it because it's hard.
I think he should.
But if
I agree with you. I agree with you.
If what they're saying is true, if that's all fact, Miss Becky stuff, then absolutely. My goodness, that is really
that you're right. That's how I should have worded it. Like, if the Miss Becky stuff is true, which I'm kind of glad how the judge handled that. Old Pootland, he wanted to kind of jump ahead in the procedures, and I like that the judge kind of reeled him back in and said, wait, no, we're not going to go there. We need to see if what happened here even happened, and if they can prove that there was something going on there, then they can move ahead to the next phase of it. And I think that if they can prove that, he absolutely should get a new trial. We'll see.
I was really shocked at how fast I felt like how fast the jury came back with with their verdict, because although I feel that he I feel that he did it or had a large part in doing it, but I can't imagine there'd be another person. So I feel like he did it, but I'm not so sure I felt that they proved it in the courtroom.
I mean, perfectly. Miss Becky is the court clerk, and she is being accused of trying to sway the jury one way or another.
Oh, and there's just so much that's been said that really
Well, it goes even deeper. She's trying to rush them so she can get this book out that she got. And I think it's like a top seller.
And then
I don't know how much money she's made off of this. So she gained profits in this.
And it goes even
by doing something
deeper than that.
Tamper with the jury.
Yeah, jury tampering is the allegation, but it goes even deeper because of like the involvement of her son, and it's insane. So I do think he should get a new trial. I do think he's guilty, but I don't think he pulled the trigger. I know that's but I do think he's guilty. I don't know,
because
I agree with you, Deets. I agree with you.
But here's the thing: if it was the cousin Eddie guy, I want to know why there's no blood or anything anywhere. You know what I mean? Like tracked anywhere. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why? How did you?
From a distance with the type of gun that was used, it happened from a distance. Like, you mean like? I don't know what you mean by tracked anywhere.
Like in his car or anything like that. There's no blood spatter on his clothing.
Oh, whoever shot them could have been absolutely far enough away to not get any splatter or anything on them with that type of weapon.
What I couldn't figure out was they couldn't explain the DNA under the lady's fingernails, his wife's fingernails.
I don't remember that part.
Yep, that's even in the court. They found DNA under her fingernails, and they have no idea who it belongs to.
Oh, I don't remember.
It's unknown. Yeah, it's unknown. But Gabble, I'm glad you're in here. Did she go to the nail salon that day or the day before?
Well,
but maybe she just got a pedicure that day.
Right, but your DNA will go
remember off the top of my head.
Your touch DNA will go places you've never been.
Mm-hmm.
If I buy something from Amazon right now, a flashlight, and I say, "Oh, this ain't the one I wanted," and or it's broke, and I send it back to them, my DNA now just went back to the warehouse at Amazon, and I never been in Green Bay, Wisconsin, or wherever their warehouses are at. I've never been inside of that warehouse, but my DNA is now in there. If I shake your hand and then I go use the bathroom, your DNA is now on me.
My DNA better control itself, I'm telling you.
DNA better stay where it's told
Yeah, I
to.
don't want it going anywhere that it's not supposed to be.
Right.
I think that he did it as well, but
they were on the ceiling. You are right, Grain. I'm just saying with the size of that weapon, you could have been absolutely far enough away for things to not hit you. So I don't know if he did or not. I do think he's guilty. I think he had a hand in it. I think he had a role in it. I don't think he meant for both lives to be lost.
I don't think so either. I don't think so
So
either. Do you think that he was fake crying during the trial? That's just a random question.
No, I don't know. I feel like he truly did love his son.
I think so too.
But that doesn't mean he wouldn't be culpable in something against him. But I do feel like he loved his son deeply. Not today, rapper. Be nice. But
drugs.
I don't know. I think some of it was theatrics for sure, or maybe played up to a certain extent. But I don't think it was all fake.
You can't fake snot, you know.
Yeah, that was a lot of snot too.
It was a lot. My
That was a
goodness.
lot of snot.
Yeah, it made me look at like people on Dateline a little bit different because they're crying, but there's no snot unless he has just like some special, his sinuses are crazy. But anyway, but Gavel, you're right. People cry for many, many reasons. I don't know.
They do.
It was a
Could
fascinating.
be reliving an experience. It could be. It could be anything, honestly, that caused the tears. But I want to touch on one more thing. If you guys want to stay up here for it, you can. If not, you can hop down. But we were talking about, I don't know, being the first to or jumping to conclusions, things like that. And I wanted to share this. I don't know if you guys. All right. Well, thank you, 8, for coming up.
Bye.
It was nice meeting
Bye,
you.
love. So this is Lana from Truth and Transparency. Have you guys seen her accusations in the past couple of days? I don't know if anybody's been following this.
Yeah. With Allie.
Yes.
Yeah.
She quickly accused Alex Erickson of reporting that or doing this 911 call. We'll just listen to the first part of it real quick, and then we'll show you Allie's
Hello guys, welcome to
proof.
the Transparency. Real quick, just dropping this out there. Those of you guys that have emailed me in some capacity or reached out, or I think Bubbly Waters did actually a video. We already knew that this happened, as we do keep track of the mosque. Everybody that knows and watches as everything that I document. This is.
She gets to it. I'll slow it down.
This is truly unbelievable, but it's not. This is something that I've been living through since 2020 with these people. Here you go.
Please prepare dispatch.
Hello?
Hello, please prepare.
Oh, sorry.
This is not emergency, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I left a message for Officer Fry as well. I just wanted to let you guys know that there is a crazy YouTuber in Idaho right now. She's fixated on the Idaho 4 case and vindicating Brian Koberger. And she just put up a live stream 2 hours ago where she's walking around the house, knocking on witnesses and neighbors' doors.
Oh, it wouldn't let me pause it. I was trying to pause it, and it just kept. Okay. Let me slow it down to normal speed because it's kind of hard to hear someone. So, Truth and Transparency was in Idaho, I guess, around the King Road house, and I don't know if she was live doing it, whatnot. Anyway, someone called, and she is now accusing Alex Erickson of being that person. So here's this person's voice.
The Idaho 4 case and vindicating Brian Koberger. And she just put up a live stream 2 hours ago where she's walking around the house, knocking on witnesses and neighbors' doors, trying to talk to them. And
She's walking around the
I just said 1122 Kings Drive, yes. She said she wants to get the camera so close to Ian so she could see it. She has, I don't know if you're aware of her channel, it's Truth and Transparency. And like I said, she's a convicted stalker. Guys, she stalks other YouTubers. She gets fixated on things and goes absolutely crazy. If this woman knocked on my door, I would be terrified. But she stopped the neighbors before accusing them of calling in noise complaints, put their address and everything on her channel for her 40,000 subscribers. She is if this woman knocked on my door, I would be terrified. Like, she's that mentally ill and deranged. But I left a message for Mr. Fry because that's all I need to do. I tried to email him a link to this woman's page in this video, but it wouldn't let me. So I wanted to call the non-emergency just so somebody would know that this person is in that area and walking around talking to witnesses and knocking on witnesses and the neighbors' doors. And she's not a journalist. She thinks she's a lawyer.
I know, checkmate. Thank you.
Not. Come on. She's a crazy person, and she's there now for. I guess I don't keep up with the case as much as I did when it first came out, but she is trying to vindicate Brian Kober.
You know her actual name?
So basically, it goes on, and the woman on the 911 call just wanted law enforcement to go check into her as she was going around to these places. Truth and Transparency plays this up for 25 minutes and gets extreme. Even at the end, she's like, I want to know what criminality thinks of this. Like, she probably thinks you're a little loco for not doing your due diligence. But anyway, she's accusing Alex of being this person. Last night, the person who made the call came forward. Before that, Allie showed her proof that she was live on Patreon while this was going down. So I just want to share that as well. Oops. I think that this is just my opinion. It feels like Truth and Transparency was trying to distract from the negative attention she has received with the court cases being shown. So here is Allie's first video.
We're going to do part 2 of finishing this interview. I'll go ahead and schedule it when we get off of here. I'm going to schedule a Patreon live as well. Don't forget, go subscribe to Patreon as a free member if you want, because I'm using it and posting posts that everybody can see. And if you are, just be looking for a link in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think we'll start around it's probably around 6:35-ish. And then tomorrow we will do part 2 of this proffer.
Yeah, so Lana did double down as well, saying that it is Alex. I don't remember if that came before or after Alex's second video here. I'll speed this one up just a little bit so we get through it a little faster.
Hello, you guys. I just wanted to come on really quickly and show you a little more proof that it was not me who made that 911 call. So there is.
I mean, even without Alex's proof, the second I heard that, I could tell that woman wasn't her. Do they sound similar? Yeah, similar in the aspect that Burden and I sound similar when we talk. But you can clearly tell the difference between the two of us. And I felt the same with the call that Lana played. You could clearly tell it was not Alex. After like the 5th word, I could tell it was not her. But that did not stop her with running with that narrative. From running with that narrative.
is an extension you can download that will timestamp every comment in a live chat. So let me share my screen and I will show you what I mean. Actually, I need to share my entire screen because we're going to have to flip through a couple tabs. Okay. Now, here is my Patreon live that I made a video about earlier, my last video on Saturday, January the 13th, 2024. I'm going to play part of this Patreon and we're going to wait for a comment to show up in the chat that says crazy week. Then I'm going to pull that comment up on the screen and show that, and then we're going to go from there. Sent me a list. She keeps track. We tried to do like a thing in the Nightbot that would say like, it has been so many days since Alex last muted, but it didn't work. But she's been keeping track. Let me see if I can pull it up. She said, crazy week. Oh, Tess, I just opened your message. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. And I'll message you back after this. But let's see. Okay. B Crumb's message and said, I muted on January 2nd, January 3rd, and then today, the 13th. So it's been 10 days. That's a big deal, man. It has been a crazy week. Well, that's why I wanted to come on and talk to you guys. Hey, Jamie, Texas, just make. Okay, so you see the comments on the screen, Alpha, crazy week. Now we're going to scroll down. Here's that extension, YouTube comment search. There it says live chat replay, and you want to open that. And everything in this is timestamped. But it is timestamped in the time zone GMT that you see up here at the top, okay? So let's go to that comment that said crazy week. See what time that was. Anyone, like I said, anyone can download this extension. You can check the comments on any live chat and test this and see what time those comments were made on any video that has a live chat. We're almost there. Here it is. Alpha, crazy week. That comment was made in the live chat on January the 13th, 2024 at 23:43 GMT. If you see right here, that's what we're talking about. You can see the comment right here, crazy week. So let's convert what time that would be. What is 23:43 GMT to Eastern Standard Time? Well, you know, we all know that 23:43 is 11:43 p.m. and that is 6:43 Eastern Standard Time. So at 6:46, when this 911 call was made, I was doing a Patreon live, not making a phone call to Moscow Police Department. Felt like it was important to get this out here because of the amount of harassing comments and posts and videos that are happening because of this misinformation. I think
She's
that it's dangerous to
received.
put out this narrative that it was me that called, and it was not me. So that's all. Thank you guys for being here.
She has received a lot of harassment that she should not be receiving because she didn't make this call. I know there's more proof out there as well. I'm not going to put it out there because I think Allie might put it out later, so I don't want to jump the gun on her on that. But I know for a fact it wasn't Allie. But was it on your, Lynn, is it on your community page, that other girl? There we go. Yes. The person who called the Moscow PD on Lana, however you say it, just stood up in Father Snuggles' chat. If this doesn't stop people from blaming the wrong person, they will believe anything she says, and that cannot be helped. Alex is owed a lot of apologies. She's owed a lot from a lot of people who let Lana lead them by the nose with another malicious attack on another creator that she has been attacking for years. Lana saw Alex type in my chat that she was planning to be Melissa Jade's witness. Lana lost in court. Then this. If you acted on her word, you should hang your head low. I don't think it'll shrink it because I'm on my laptop, but you can go check out. Oh, there it does. Good. This tapered jean girl admits that she was the caller, not Alex. She's not scared whatsoever. And she would call again if she sees her threatening to shove cameras in witnesses' faces. So I'm not sure why Truth and Transparency still has this video up, is still making the accusations against Allie when the evidence has been laid out in front of her repeatedly, multiple ways. I agree with whoever said it, was it Pixie? The burden of proof shouldn't have been on Alex anyway to have to prove that she wasn't involved in something. But of course, you're going to when you have so many people coming at you with hate and ridiculousness. It's none of this is fair to Alex at all. So I hate that this is out there and going around and that Lana is accusing her on her platform of something she absolutely did not do. I would bet money that she did not do anything. Does Lana... Every time I've heard her speak, she does refer to herself in third person quite a bit. Quite a bit. So she did this as retaliation for Alex saying that she would testify. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think she heard a voice that was similar to Allie's, and hey, Christine, how's it going, love? Heard a voice that was very similar to Allie's, and she ran with it. And boy, did she put on a show in her video. She put on a show. So some will just believe what she... Right. And we've seen that time and time and time again with so many creators. They'll just believe without taking a second. But it's not just that they would believe it. That's not just the issue, okay? If you want to just believe something, that would be fine. It's what they do afterwards. The hate, the harassment, the attacks, the emails, all of those things. The videos, they all become way too much. It goes way too far.
You know,
Even if she did.
I'm involved
ahead,
in
hon.
other communities on YouTube.
Mhm.
But they don't do all this fighting. They don't
I
do
know.
I don't know what it is in here. Well, I'll just let it go what it is. But I've known Alex probably for, I guess, about a year and a half. She's always been kind, sweet, thorough.
Mhm.
And all she wants to do is help these little children who are missing or unalived. She's passionate about what she does. I believed Allie, and I'm a Southerner. I can hear those are both Southern
Yeah.
drawls, but they're from different parts of the South. And I feel for Allie going through this. I love her mods. I love her channel. I love the members in there, and I support her on this. And hopefully out of this, apologies will come and a handshake will be
I
extended,
hope so.
and that we can all move on. But I wish people would focus. Once again, I've said this 100 times. It's law enforcement, not feelings enforcement. And we're treating this like it's politics and religion instead of
You're right.
going down to the facts. And I can respect you if you think that BK is guilty or if you think BK is innocent. I'll respect it. Just show me some facts with it, and I'll respect that too, because that's what a jury does. So I don't have a problem with that. But these people who attack you for thinking that he's guilty or that he's not guilty, that's wrong. And like you said earlier, someone said earlier, when they go after your family or they want to do that,
Mhm.
it's just going to come to the point YouTube will say, guess what? We'll just take it down. There won't be any talk about crime.
Yeah, if
We'll take the
things
crime channel.
continue.
And what
Yeah.
I like about the crime channel is it forces, well, I don't want to use the word forces, but it makes the national network more awareness to what the public is looking at.
Mhm.
I mean, I didn't hear anything on this Kansas City Chiefs, these 3 fans that passed away until it got pushed here on the YouTube. And then now the national network will start picking it up as soon as that toxicology report comes back.
Well, we've seen that happen time and time again where a case, like Quentin Simon's case. I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
that in
Yeah.
his case where it started getting this traction on YouTube and which bled over into Twitter. And then you had some national agencies or media sources pick it up and run with it, and it got bigger and bigger. So I get what you're saying that, and I need to write that one down too. I'm a pen and paper type of gal. I don't know. So many people still laugh at me for my notes, but there's something about really great stationery, y'all. I'm telling you, best thing ever. But I need to look more into the 3 KC situation. I've heard it's pretty horrific. But I haven't seen it on national news, and I haven't even seen it. I typically like to scroll through Twitter and see what's going on in the true crime realm there with the true crime people I follow. And I haven't seen a ton of it on Twitter, but I have seen a lot of people here on YouTube are talking about it. So
Right. And, it's three guys that went to a party. There's a fourth guy there. He's a scientist. And the three guys are found unalived out in the backyard. Well, one on the back porch and the other two in the backyard. So, what unalived them? That's what the whole theme was going to be. What caused them to be unalived?
what caused their death? Yeah, let me see.
What was the cause and the manner of? Can y'all say death on here?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want here.
Okay.
I don't worry about the reason that a lot of creators don't want you to say that is because it might make their video yellow, which means they're not going to get as many ads on it and not make as much money. I don't care. I think that when we change the words, when we say unalived instead of murdered or suicide, then we are taking away from what is truly going on. But I don't fault other creators for not wanting to say those words as well, because that's their preference. So I'm the same as you. Like, I try to be very careful with what I say when I'm on somebody else's channel, but here, feel free to say all the words.
I was watching a volleyball game the other day, and the girl was hitting the ball, and that's a kill, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go, before I even said the word kill, I almost said unalive.
Yeah.
And
See, and that's what I'm afraid of, is like you'll take it out into the real world. And if I were to say like, oh man, that person was unalived, people would look at me like I had 3 heads. Like, what are you talking about?
Could you imagine being interviewed by your local police department or state attorney's office and say, "Oh yeah, she was unalived right there on that sidewalk. I saw it."
Checkmate humanity. You are 110% correct as always. Channels like Truth and Transparencies make all the other channels look horrible to the national networks. They do. They make it look like we're just, a bunch of country bumpkins who are putting out false information and running with things, because unfortunately there are a lot of channels that are doing that. It's one thing if you were, just going live and sharing the facts and saying, okay, now we're going to speculate a little, which is completely fine to speculate and have theories based on those facts. But when you're, looking into tunnels and calling conspiracies facts and things like that, true crime does look like a joke to the national networks. Absolutely. There's crime and crochet channels? Oh my. That would be interesting. There are a lot of irresponsible true crime channels. There are. But unfortunately, there's no rules on that. There's nothing to dictate what you can or cannot share. Speak as yourself in third person while speaking of unaliving to your real life. Oh my gosh, my friends and family would definitely look at me like I had 3 heads. For sure. Thank you, Ava. Hearts for Allie. She doesn't deserve this. If you guys, let me grab her link.
Yeah, she's a sweet and wonderful person.
She is a great creator too. And I've personally spoke with her off the platform. She's just a good soul. So if you're not subbed to Alec, I call her Allie. If you're not subbed to Allie, you should be. But if you are subbed, go put some hearts on some of her comments, things like that. Make sure you like a couple of her videos. She's definitely a good true crime creator to watch. Her and Burden are both great ones.
When I first heard about it, I says, "Oh my goodness, I wish I could just wrap my arms around her and comfort her and encourage her to continue on with her good work and endeavors." She's brought awareness to me. I didn't know. We would have never heard about this little kid named Gannon, and I can't stand. I rather listen to somebody tell a story about Ted Bundy than Letitia. I don't know why. She just makes my skin crawl.
But see, I find everything that she's done with the Letitia, like, so Allie has dug in, her and a couple other girls have came together and they've gotten like all the jailhouse recordings before
Right,
and
right.
after and all the documentation. And I think that that stuff is very interesting because it kind of helps us to
Exactly.
understand the mind of a criminal before and now after and see a side of it that we don't typically see here in true crime. And so I think what those girls have done with that is really
That's
great
remarkable.
work.
Yeah, yes,
Mhm.
great detective work. They've done their homework. They're like I said before, they're very thorough. And that's what I love about Alex. She's very thorough, and she's going to try to be a right to the bullseye on this as possible.
Mhm.
It's just that other girl I can't stand, Letitia.
Letitia is a piece of
I
work.
could be
Ugh.
having a wonderful day, and then I can go on here and I watch all these SKs, all these different SKs. That's
Mhm.
more what I'm into. But when I see that lady, well, she's not a lady. When I see what she did and how she
She's
did,
a monster.
and all
She's
the different,
truly a monster.
and she lives in a life of illusions, and
Yeah.
and and what's her name? Allie has done a good job of bringing it out. And when I'm on her channel
Mhm.
with it, I always buy a membership for somebody, and I says, "Look, I love you to death, Allie, but I can't stand this
You
lady
can't listen to
because my
Letitia.
blood
Yeah.
pressure will jolt a little bit, and it just ruins my day listening to that." And
And
I
she
guess I'm thinking
covers
about that little boy.
well, that's the big part of it is when we start looking into the crime side of it, our minds and our hearts, they're always drawn to the victim as well, and so when you've got Gannon in your mind, you just can't stomach this woman and what she did, so I completely understand that. I just wanna say, though, Cordy's just being a turkey butt, by the way. He knows that Lana is not a legitimate investigative journalist. Just an FYI for anybody who's taking Cordy seriously. But Allie covers so much more too. There's this case in Kentucky of this mom who took the life of I can't remember off the top of my head because I listened to all her playlists last week. 2 or 3 children, but she and though I haven't seen anybody else talking about that besides Allie, and there's a lot of other cases that she covers as well. Um, like I said, I really enjoy her channel a lot. She does not deserve this hate at all. Oh, good. I'm glad you subbed up.
No. And hopefully the two creators can, like I said, they can have a come together, shake hands, apologize, move on,
Mhm.
and just
I
report
hope.
to their subject and their criminology, and leave the other one alone.
Right. I
Yeah.
don't but I just think it's
But I feel
I think
bad
it's
for
just
Allie
a
because Allie had to go out and
um
defend herself.
but see, and she shouldn't have to. Like we
Exactly.
said, the burden of proof is not on Allie at all. It's on Lana. But you have when you have this bigger channel coming at you and harassing you,
Exactly.
and all of their subs are now coming at you and harassing you, you have to defend yourself. You have to
And
stand up for yourself. So
I
I
hope
understand it.
every one of them subs apologize.
Yes, she
Because
did.
and kudos to that other person for coming out saying it was me, not Allie.
Mhm. And I think that other girl and I've heard that other girl, and I know that sorry, I just saw Cordy's comment, made me laugh. Get that off there. I had to call out your behavior, Cordy, so people know you. Um, but I've seen the other girl, and she's absolutely the person who called. She does sound extremely similar to Allie, which was unfortunate for Allie. However, if Lana would have just done a little bit of her due diligence of her homework before she went out and accused someone of something, then all of this would have been avoided, completely avoided.
Right, right.
Joneson would like to know how you felt about the Zab Girl autopsy pictures, Riddler.
I never saw them. I saw that in the comments a while ago. I never knew anything about
Mhm.
that. I know
I
everybody
think
said
she means about the person putting them out. Like, how did that make you feel knowing that someone loaded them to a private Patreon and was charging people to look at them, or if you had any thoughts on that?
no, I don't know anything about that. I don't even know who the
Mhm.
autopsy pictures were of. Who were they of?
Of Gannon.
Oh,
They
good
were
lord.
yes, yeah.
See, in
So
Florida, everything used to be that you could go over the autopsy. It was all public record.
2, thank you.
And then a guy named Dale Earnhardt passed away at the Daytona race, NASCAR race, and his wife had it where you can't now look at autopsy pictures and different things about the coroner's report well, we don't have a coroner, we have medical examiners in Florida. So yeah, I didn't know anything about it. A child, leave a child a child.
Right.
Don't mess with children.
Well, the person didn't request the autopsy photos. They actually requested the court case file, which we know a lot of creators who have done that as well. But they've, when they receive something like that, they're not going to, go and put it out there and blast it around. And unfortunately, that's what happened in that situation.
Well, think about this. How would you like to be John F. Kennedy's 2 children, Caroline and John? And every November comes around, you got to watch your daddy driving in that limousine. And I've seen his autopsy pictures they're online. You can look at them. And
really?
Yep. You can see them. They're online. And I know he's a public official, but see, there comes a time, and that's the hard part for, I guess, courts. When does my private, personal, not become public?
But there's things that I'm glad they are public, like the photo of John O'Keefe's arm. It's not an autopsy photo. It was taken in the hospital, by the way. But like that being out there public, it gave people the opportunity to look at that and say, wait, something's not right here. This isn't, that wasn't a person hit by a car. I think it was something more. Let me dig into this case a little bit more. How many false verdicts have been overturned because the information is public? But I think it kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Alec Baldwin. Like, just because you legally can do something doesn't mean you should do something, So I think we have to, our country, our society as a whole has to get their morals in check. Just my opinion again. Hey, 8, you back?
Hi, I think I'm just chatty today.
That's okay. I love it.
Here's the thing about the Zav girl autopsy photos. I'm with you. I think that there is a place for autopsy photos, and that kind of thing. However, maybe people can be mad at me and stuff, and I understand using those as like a case study, but not on YouTube. And for me personally, that particular creator has done some pretty like sensational things, exploitive things.
Yeah, she's like Melissa saying here during, Kylie's case, she did a lot that was kind of out there and a bit too far and
too far. Too far. So that's for me, that's one part is like, I don't know that this person, but then the part about the $3 for putting them in the paywall for $3, like selling that, then when I heard that, I was like, what? But then I also heard another side of it, which was that the $3 is to join the Patreon. And I don't know what part of it is true. So I'm kind of like, I'm not so like, with my pitchfork in my hand, because sometimes creators can go running with something and take things a bit too far too. So did she charge $3 to see them, or was it $3?
Well, so let me say this. So Jordan was saying here, Jordan says, I wish I would have never seen Kendrick's autopsy photos. And then Curvaceous says that I think Zav let her curiosity get the best of her. I don't think she did it to be mean, just wanted to study the case. I agree with both of these things, and just my opinion as to what happened. She didn't want the average viewer like Jordan to just run across these photos. So she didn't put them on her channel. So she decided instead to put them on her Patreon. And I think entrance into her Patreon cost $3. So it's not like she was, charging, like if you and Riddler wanted to go see these photos, she wasn't saying, give me $3 to look at these photos specifically. She was saying to get into the Patreon, it costs $3. I just think that she definitely was not thinking at all about the optics of the whole situation and how it would be. I do feel that it was probably like, "Ooh, I don't want a random person to just stumble across these on YouTube, so I put them on my Patreon." I think she should have stopped there and said, "If I don't want a random person to just stumble across them, maybe I shouldn't put them out there, period."
Right.
But
I
Well,
agree with you
did
there.
she get were the pictures legal or were they leaked?
they were legal. She ordered the court case, the entire court case,
Yeah,
because
okay.
Plunder got them, Grizzly's True Crime got them, someone else did when they ordered the court case as well, but they obviously chose not to put them out there.
Okay, so then now I see why you said what you said, because it makes sense. Even though it's legal, is it going to hurt your? Because some people,
Mhm.
this is a business to them,
Oh,
and to some,
She
it's a
could
hobby.
right.
And if
She
it's a
could have
business for
posted
her,
them. She could have posted them on YouTube, Jordan. They're on YouTube right now because they were all a part of the trial. They were there when the Emmy was there. I think it was trial day 5. The Emmy came in, showed these photos, and went through them as an ME would, and they were shown on the screen. Some creators who covered the trial chose not to show the screen that day because they didn't want those pictures to be out there for their subscribers, and others did choose to see them, and they're all currently on YouTube right now. You could go look at them, but I they're not, so when you see them in the trial, you're watching a grainy trial
From far
camera to
away.
start with. Yeah, from far away, and the focus is on the witness box where the ME is sitting, and there's like a TV behind her. So when you see them in the trial, it's a very tiny, grainy picture. You can make out what they are, obviously, but you're not seeing the intense 4K detail
Right.
of it. And what she chose to do was take the clear images and compile them into videos, and it was a completely different experience, in my opinion, than what you saw during trial.
The angle of the camera showing the witness box, you know, with there's like
Mhm.
screen and stuff. It's like on. I think that one was like on the wall, maybe, or something. So it was
Yeah.
even to an
It
angle.
was.
So you're
It
not.
was.
It was really, really skewed. I think it's
Mhm.
just a really like you said. I think that she did not think, and it's kind of what you to go along with what you were talking with. Go like jumping too fast into something, you know,
Mhm.
without really thinking about the consequences. But another part of it to me is this like a bad problem is creators, and I think it's because they haven't experienced having a person that, you know, love.
A trauma like that,
Yeah.
right? I
So
personally have, and I feel like there are just some places we've got to stop and stop being so the sensationalism of wanting to do our next piece of content be something bigger and more intense and outdo our previous work. We've got to stop and think for a moment. Definitely not be as reactionary, because I think that is a big part of the problem, definitely.
I think that
Uh,
they treat it like it's like fiction. You know what I mean? They're very
right. These are real people's stories. They're real trauma, their lives, things like that. It's we forget that a lot because we're looking at it as, we call it like, look at these cases, or we're looking at these cases, or we're reading this information off of court documents and stuff. But there are people out there living it.
exactly,
And I
and
think we forget that all too often.
it's not just the event that happened. It's like the aftermath of it, the everyday, like there, you know,
Mhm.
you live it. You do live it every
Yeah.
day. The residual effects of that kind of trauma does not go away when,
Mm-mm.
in a year, you know, for me,
It permeates into every aspect of your life. For me personally, I've talked a little bit about our true crime trauma on this channel. Every big experience that happens, like, one of the reasons I think that my daughter's it's obviously not the only reason that she struggles with postpartum depression now, but one of the reasons I think that contributes to it, one of the first things she talked about was that her grandma wasn't there when her child was born. She didn't get to see her first great-grandchild.
Yeah.
And it's things like that that you don't think about, that that ripple that continues on forever for the people involved in these cases.
I
And it
never know.
absolutely does for Gannon's family as well.
You never know when it's gonna pop out. Like I went to a
Yeah.
wedding, a happy event, and I felt like I got punched, like
In
run
the
over
gut, yeah.
because of it, because it's like I will never experience this part of it because my family member will not be there with me. You know what I mean?
How
Like
old was
that,
Gannon?
it's
How old was
hard.
Gannon?
11.
11. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. See, I got different rules for children than I do.
That's another
Absolutely.
thing. Yeah, that's another layer on it. I think it's like a multi-layered thing with the Zab girl situation.
It is.
I don't think that she did it in a malicious, you know what I mean? Like, look at this, like a show, like sideshow kind of thing. I feel like people had compared it to sideshow. I don't know that I would go that far to say that, you know. But I think that if people could just, I feel like it would be great to have a show or a panel, but you know, there are people that will make fun of it too and say that, you know, use your trauma against you. But it's like, if people could only understand how much it impacts your life, maybe they would cover these cases a little bit differently. It's not a game of Clue, Mr. Mustard in the, you know, in the ballroom, whatever. That's not,
Right.
it's not that.
No.
It's much deeper than that. And for so many
And we
people,
have to give it give things a little grace for sure.
yeah.
Like what I mean by that is, like, we talk a lot about law enforcement and corruption and things like that, but sometimes we got to give them a little grace because we don't know what they know or what they've seen. You know, when we went down to Florida this summer, we actually went over to Pensacola, and I drove across that bridge where Gannon was found, stopped, and we put flowers. There's like a little makeshift memorial there, and put some flowers there and everything. And it just, as soon as I stepped out of the vehicle, just like a wave of emotion hit me, and I just, because I couldn't imagine what those people had encountered. The act of loan should have never happened, but what they found, that's gonna live with them, so that those are more people that are going to be affected for the rest of their life by this,
Oh,
so
did you remember in the trial when the man took the stand, the guy that was working a road crew, and he found the suitcase? Do you remember his testimony? Oh, it was, I mean, heartbreaking. Like, that will never,
Yeah.
there are so many, gosh, I can't remember
Absolutely.
the word for it, but, you know, and it happens, I think it happens to all of us. Like, remember when we were watching Kylie Rodney's car go into the water on those, were they trail cams, or, like, you know what I mean? The camera?
They were fire tower
Yes.
cameras. Yeah, the
Right.
fire tower cameras it is, I mean, that one didn't, I didn't think it was as bad that people showed that, of course, because
No, I didn't
you're
either.
watching headlights, but it's still very, you if you
You
think about
forget.
it, you're watching a person die. Like,
Yeah, you
you're
forget.
watching a moment a person loses their life, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I watched it and watched, you know, you watch it, and I saw it everywhere, but then when you take a step back, it's like, that girl was dying in there. Like, this,
Yep.
the parents are seeing that. That's awful, you know? But, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna say.
Chronicles, the answer to your last question is yes, and I can point you to where that was said. I know at first I even said that because I saw it out of in a quick moment and thought it was, but no, as Christine said, his privates were covered, but unfortunately that's the only part. So there was still quite a bit that was inappropriate, but no, his privates were covered. Christine says, what do you think is worse, Gannon's legally obtained photos being on Patreon or the Delphi leaks not being shared?
Makes me mad.
Definitely not as graphic, but illegally obtained and leaked. I see. The Delphi leaks are confusing to me. I've been following criminality on that, and I feel like some of the photos that have been leaked in the Delphi possibly came from the searchers themselves.
Oh.
I'm not exactly sure if all of the leaked photos were taken from the defense attorney's office. I feel like some of them that were floating around happened long before that and were possibly from the search or some other means, but I still think it's wrong that those are being shared at all.
Yeah, I think it's, I
It's
can't
very
even,
dumb.
I've tried to stay away from that whole, you know, everything that's going on with that part of it, that peripheral part of it. It's Oh. Back to what we were talking about, residual effects. It's like with the Delphi case, I remember when they arrested Richard Allen, and I think it was Becky Patty that was interviewed, and it's like, how do you feel today? And she just said, I'm glad someone was arrested, but it's just it's not like it's a victory. I thought it would feel different,
Right.
Deets, I'm gonna have to drop down. I have to get ready to go somewhere. But I
Thank
want to
you.
thank you for having me up here, and
Nice to meet
enjoy
you.
meeting and listening to everyone else. Pleasure meeting you too. I also want to tell Queen of Hearts, I hope you get feeling better. And if it's the same Queen of Hearts I'm thinking of, she was a grand jury. We brought her up on a panel one night, and she taught us how a grand jury works.
Oh, cool.
So maybe one day you might. If that's the same Queen of Hearts. But anyway, I hope she gets feeling better. I have to run right now. God bless you all and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you for your insight, Riddler. You have a great weekend too, love. Let's see here. I appreciate what Riddler has shared with us today. Such a good guy. Real people behind these puzzles. In my opinion, she furthered the indignity of a child. I agree. That's what I was saying. Like seeing them in the trial was completely different because they were serving a purpose there. It still was gut wrenching, I'm sure, for the family to see and to have to. I know his mom left. I can't remember if his dad did or not, but I know his mom could not be in the courtroom. But they were serving a purpose at that point.
Even
The purpose was to get justice for him. Here on YouTube, us, zooming back and forth, looking at, she was the one part I caught where she was comparing his teeth before and after. It was the cringiest thing because what was the purpose there? That wasn't serving for any justice for him.
Yeah, that seems like really like maybe TMZ style. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that kind of. I don't
Like
even
a rag magazine
Yeah.
type
Yeah.
what's that one I'm thinking of that I think it's a British publication
Like the
and
Sun
puts
or
out
something?
tons. It's kinda like the Sun. It's on social media, and I see it referenced quite a bit. I've even referenced them from time to time, but they seem to get pictures all the time, and I can't think of what they are. But sometimes they put out a lot of misinformation.
Is it the Daily something
Daily
or
Mail. Yes, Daily Mail. Thank you.
Daily Mail?
They put out a lot. That kinda reminds me yep, Daily Mail. Thank you, guys. There's a delay here, so it took me a minute to get, but oh, good. Well, yeah, I'd love to hear that about that someday, about how a grand because that's one I've done jury duty. I've never done, anything important at all. It was a really little case, and it was so long ago. It was, like, right after, I was old enough to, but my husband, he has been called for jury duty, like, a dozen times, and he always gets out of it because of his job, thankfully, but I'm like, "I'm so jealous. I just wish I could go do
You really wanna do it, huh?
I do. I would love to. I would love to be a part of a jury especially on a big case. I find the whole process interesting, but I don't know exactly how a grand jury works. So we're gonna have to get together sometime, Queen of Hearts. That sounds really interesting.
Okay, well, that's all.
Christine has an interview next week for the grand jury's next term. Cool. You're gonna tell us about it. Sorry, what were you saying?
I'm gonna go down now. That I forgot why.
Alright.
One last thing about the Zav girl thing that I was gonna say was,
Yes.
it seems there was a bad situation, a really bad situation, but it brought a lot of views when people made it worse and made it really nefarious and really like salacious. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, that's tough.
problem.
That's something I have struggled with myself. It's one thing that Miss Robbins asked me about. I don't know if she's still in here. She was in here earlier. Like, when you call something out, you're also bringing attention to it. So how do you feel about that? And it's like, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct there. So it's a
There's
double-edged sword for sure.
There's one thing about calling it out though, and then moving on, and another thing of just browbeating the person but making it even like exaggerating what happened. You know what I mean? It's like that seems like a problem. And I feel like it happens a lot. It's like, you did wrong, you did wrong, you did wrong. You know what I mean? It's like, and then they add things to the story that makes it like so much worse because it's more convincing. You know, it's kind of like the same way that people in true crime leave out huge things or exaggerate things or even make up things, you know.
Well, and unsupervised maniacs brings up a great point. What are we doing beyond bringing attention to it? You know, should we be going the extra mile and look into laws changed or how to contact the correct officials in the states, or maybe, you know, having stuff shut down, more awareness to what can be done instead of just bringing attention to it. And I'm not calling anybody out for how they do this or handle it. I'm just saying, you know, for myself, it's something I absolutely have thought about as well. So
It goes
that's
back
great
to what
points.
you were talking about at the beginning and throughout. It's like, it's always going to be a problem when you take it too far, like even with the calling out stuff, you know. But, you know, I have a friend of mine, when I start to get like really, we are doomed, when I start to get into that mindset, my friend is like, always reminds me, and I remind myself now, you can you can make a change. Like the big, huge change of the world is not going to necessarily be done by you and tomorrow, you know. But what you can do is you can work within your community to make change and within your life to make change in order to, you know, cause a ripple effect, and that can cause big change, you know.
And
So
you should. And I think that sometimes we get so wrapped up in big politics, in big situations, and we forget that what we can do and what we should be doing and focusing on is on the local level. Our local government is far more important to our direct day-to-day lives than the big one. I mean, they're all important, don't get me wrong, but what we should absolutely have a hand in is our local issues. I know, you know, when my kids were in school, we were on the school board, we were a part of everything. Paying attention to who's voted into our local offices is a huge thing for us as well, because that's truly where we have a say. And then those officials, you know, all their information goes upwards. So we definitely need to be making moves there.
You know, when you're like like hiking up a giant hill, it's like so much harder when you're like looking at the top of the hill as opposed to when you're looking down at your feet, taking step, step, step. And by the time you really notice it, you've been stepping all the way up to the top of the hill. You know, it's, you got to just look at your individual steps, you know, rather than the daunting thing. Like, I get into the mindset of we're doomed all the time, you know, and it's hard to come out of it until you like start to localize it into your own world, you know.
Well, because the task looks too big when you look at the huge, you know, if we like, oh, we want to have this law changed. If you were to look at that, it might be overwhelming to a lot of people. Like, oh, well, I could never change a law, so I'm just not, and I'm just going to turn a blind eye to it because it's overwhelming and it's a lot of work. But if we take it down to a much smaller bite, if we go, like you said, one step at a time.
I can talk to my friend about it. My friend can talk to their friend. I can organize a group with that friend and that friend, you know what I mean? And then they can bring their friend, and then our group grows. And then, you know what I mean? You can just build. It's a lot easier.
You can make it bigger and bigger.
And that's how
and it
you
won't
can
feel so daunting. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go now. It's good talking
Well,
to you.
thank you. I'm glad you came up. I
Yep.
hope you have a great day, love.
Thank you. You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye, hon. I do more, but can't say because, right, you have to be very careful on this platform, which is a shame in of itself that you have to be careful. Hey, Leslie. Thank you. Local change and help is so important. I feel like a lot of people that talk about this stuff online don't do that, Shady. They don't go to their city meetings. They don't participate in local elections and stuff. It's like that's a big place you can or that's a place where you can have a big impact. The civil grand jury that investigates local government on behalf of the citizens. Ooh. I hope they pick you too, just so you can tell us about it afterwards, Christine. I don't even want to thinking about climbing. Long distance runners keep their heads up and focus looking ahead. They do. My daughter's actually a distance runner. They also do this training she did when she was in high school. It has the funniest name. It's called a fartlek. I know. But that's where you pick a spot. If she was in cross country and say she saw a tree up ahead and you sprint to the tree and then you go back down to running pace and for a while, and then a little bit later you'd pick another spot ahead of you and you'd sprint to that and then go back down to your running pace. And it's just a way to work in those sprints, those bursts throughout the entire course. And I feel like we could do that in real life as well. You know, there are things that we can focus on that are just ahead of us that we have control over, that we can sprint to and then go back down to our running pace, so to speak. I don't even know when. Well, that's another thing, is getting plugged in and finding out. Everyone has a local government. And then your county stuff is really important as well. But I am gonna get off here. I gotta pack up and go do my Nana duties for the day. I'm pretty excited. First day babysitting Crouton. It doesn't even feel like a chore. I'm so looking forward to it. Help me, Facebook. For a year? See, I was just thinking it was like, jury duty. You couldn't talk about it until afterwards, which makes sense, but you can't talk about it for an entire year? But they get to visit all the prisoners. That sounds crazy. Hey, Jennifer. There's a guy in Texas who found out a kid he mentored couldn't get lunch because his lunch deposits was in the negative. He paid it for him. Because he did that, he now has an organization that has paid over $100,000 to kids. I love that. I love that. We started a scholarship foundation. By we, I mean there were several of us parents who did it because one of our children's classmates lost their life. And so all it takes is little tiny steps. We do fundraising twice a year. It's very, very minimal, but we're able to do that. It's just, I don't know. I just feel like there's always lots of situations that you can find yourself being able to do something positive that contributes to you, to your local personal environment, the things that are going to affect the life as you know it. You just got to open your eyes and find them. But they're all out there. Thank you. I'm so looking forward to it. I was going to show you guys one of his pictures, but I still haven't even loaded anything on my laptop. But he's just so cute. Jace the cat says true crime is now Squid Games. I follow reputable and ethical content creators before the suspect is caught, and then follow legal commentary through the legal. Jace the cat, I have been following a lot more legal commentary, and I'm so glad that I was talking in somebody's chat the other day that I started watching, it was Defense Diaries and The Lawyer You Know. They've helped me to realize that defense lawyers they're not all these schmarmy, greasy car salesmen types, because I feel like that probably was my thought process beforehand, that like, oh, their sole job is to just get a person off. That's what they're there to do. And to listen to, Bob talk about it, like, no, they're it's so much more than that. It's about protecting our constitutional rights. Really, it definitely changed my outlook on what defense lawyers do and their role. Again, that's not to say that some aren't schmarmy individuals. I'm sure some are, as well as some prosecutors are like that as well. But it definitely gave me a different outlook. And so I appreciate that. I've really enjoyed hanging out over in LawTube. You have a stalker, Spiv? Oh, I'm sorry. I hope they don't find you. No high blood pressure. Good. I hear all the time people say they wish that they were on that particular jury, but they want to know how to get out of jury duty. Our duty to our community is to serve. Yeah, it sure is. We would hope that, people would be willing to just serve on a jury if we were charged with things. So it is our duty. Hot lawyer. He is a cutie. I ain't gonna lie that. I bet it did too. You think lawyer looks schmarmy? Ah, I think he's a good looking guy. All right, guys, oh my gosh, 5 hours. I am going to try to come back a lot sooner than 3 weeks from now. And I will try. I've been working on my old timeline for my Michael Vaughn case. I got a couple new pieces of information that I need to put in there that I didn't have before. So I don't know if anybody be interested in going over that or, looking at some of the actual documents and stuff in some of these cases. So if you guys are, leave a comment under the video of what you guys want to look at. Maybe we can get into that a little deeper. Today I didn't plan on coming on here and talking about all this true crime, but it just happened and I love it. So I'm glad we were able to, but I really like to have the facts and the information ready typically when we do. So if that's something anyone's interested in, just comment below what case you guys want to look into and we'll try it. And I'll try to find a quiet spot or a good time in which to do live. Scott Peterson. You know what? I might have to pull some information on that. All right, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Love, love.